Welcome to Savoia TV, featuring classic podcast shows and videos from Savoia Studios and the Savoia Media Network. Sit back, relax, and enjoy timeless entertainment. Featuring classic podcast shows and videos from Savoia Studios and the Savoia Media Network. Sit back, relax, and enjoy timeless entertainment from Savoia TV. Coming up, learn about the business of tech in a classic episode of The Force Field with Rick Savoia, only on Savoia TV.
From sunny Central Florida, for on-force providers only, it's The Force Field with Rick Savoia. And now, here is your host, Rick Savoia.
Greetings, providers. Welcome to the first, the only, and the unofficial podcast for the providers of On-Force, The Force Field. I am your host, Rick Savoia, and during the next half hour, we'll cover the news, views, reviews, and interviews for and about the IT industry and the On-Force community. Well, it's official. William Gates III is stepping down as Chief Software Architect at Microsoft. Although Gates will remain chairman of Microsoft, he plans to give up his current title of Chief Software Architect by 2008 so he can concentrate on his work with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, a charity he founded with his wife. There have been a lot of articles the last couple of weeks about this subject, but one that got my attention was an article by Yardina Arar for PC World, dated Thursday, June 15, 2006, where she writes, Gates' departure will end an unusual division of labor between him and Microsoft Chief Executive Steve Ballmer, says technology analyst Rob Enderle. Usually a chief software architect reports to a CEO, but since Gates was also chairman, Ballmer had to report to him. There really wasn't one person in charge, Enderle says. This takes Microsoft back to a more traditional structure. While Wall Street may find the prospect of Microsoft without Bill Gates unnerving, Gates' actual impact on the products has fallen off dramatically over the last 7 years, Enderle says. Gates was simply too busy with his duties as chairman of Microsoft and of his foundation to devote sufficient attention to being chief software architect, and that's a full-time job, Enderle says. He wasn't really involved in the day-to-day decisions on what went into the product for quite some time, Enderle says. If anything, he adds, Gates was more schedule-oriented, and had he been more involved, Windows Vista's release might not have been delayed. I'd like to know this. Is Enderle saying that Gates really was slacking off here in his position as chief software architect, or is he saying that Microsoft is taking advantage of the situation to find another excuse for the last couple of delays in getting Windows Vista out of beta and into desktops? The PC World article goes on to say, if Ray Ozzie, and for those providers who don't know who Ray Ozzie is, he is the guy who created Lotus Notes. He also founded Groove Networks, which Microsoft purchased in '97. If Ray Ozzie, who will assume Gates' responsibilities as chief software architect, is up to the job, Microsoft could emerge stronger than ever. And as a result, its products could improve, Enderle says. We're going to lose an icon, but the company is going to gain a chief software architect, he adds. So according to this article, at least one industry analyst is blaming Gates himself for the delays. In fact, not only for the delays of Vista, but the overall quality of Microsoft software. It's all Bill's fault. Now, that may or may not be entirely true, but either way, he won't be leaving for a couple of years anyway. Even then, he will still be chairman of the board. Come on, folks, do you really believe Bill Gates will give up control of his beloved cash cow so easily? He may be shedding a title, but he's not going anywhere, except maybe back to the bank. I have my suspicions about what is really going on here, but I will leave it all to your imagination. If you want to read the entire article, it's located at www.pcworld.com entitled Analysis: What Gates' Departure Means for Microsoft. All right, I was up on the Hewlett-Packard website yesterday, and I saw this press release, and I found it both interesting and disconcerting. Now, this press release is dated June 21st, 2006, and this comes directly from Hewlett-Packard. Hewlett-Packard today announced that the company is working with national retailers Walgreens Company and OfficeMax to resolve ink patent infringements found in multiple U.S. stores of both companies. Inks found in both Walgreens and OfficeMax refilling service stations infringe Hewlett-Packard patents. Both companies are cooperating with Hewlett-Packard and are working toward resolution. HP protects its intellectual property wherever infringements are found, said Pradeep Jatwani, Senior Vice President, Supplies, Imaging, and Printing Group, Hewlett-Packard. Decades of research and development investment by Hewlett-Packard have resulted in more than 4,000 patents related to printing supplies, allowing us to deliver the superior quality and reliable printing experience associated with original HP supplies. The patent infringements were discovered as part of ongoing worldwide testing and enforcement efforts within Hewlett-Packard that are designed to protect the company's intellectual property rights. Over the past year, the same initiative has uncovered ink patent infringements by other companies that offer generic ink supplies through refilling stations or private label brands. In other words, Hewlett-Packard, who has faced lawsuits over rigging their printers and cartridges to expire in order to crack down on the buying habits of people who choose to refill their cartridges or want an alternative to the ink guzzling that demands frequent trips to the store for premium-priced Hewlett-Packard inks, decides to go the way of Microsoft and the RIAA and try to shut down every third-party ink refiller and supplier in order to force the consumer to choose between paying for HP ink or nothing. I have a respect for patents and the rights of individuals and companies to protect proprietary devices and formulas, but based on their behavior in the past, I do not trust Hewlett-Packard to look out for the consumer on this one. Their claim that this is about quality control and reliability doesn't work for me. I think this is more about Hewlett-Packard control over the ink and toner market and revenue. That's why I use Canon printers. Individual ink tanks for $6 is the way to go. And this is just in from OnForce. This is a press release dated June 22nd, 2006. That was just a couple of days ago. The board of directors of OnForce Incorporated, the only online marketplace for on-site technology services, today appointed Kevin Gilroy, Chief Executive Officer and member of the board, to lead the company through its stage of accelerated growth and significant platform enhancements. Gilroy will be charged with providing strategic direction for the company, in addition to his current day-to-day responsibilities of product development, operations, sales, and marketing. Gilroy was named OnForce's president in April 2006. His previous board experience includes an officer position on the Computer Technology Industry Association Board from 2002 to 2005. His appointment coincides with rapid expansion of the on-force marketplace. The company recently achieved a corporate milestone of more than 5,000 service buyer accounts registered on the on-force platform, supported by 14,000 information technology service providers operating in virtually every U.S. zip code. The strength of the on-force business model is that it embraces and focuses the power of an open marketplace, said Gilroy. The result is industry-leading quality and coverage for buyers, and a large pipeline of available service work for providers. OnForce connects businesses with technology specialists through an online marketplace that dramatically reduces costs and time involved in implementing and repairing technology for businesses or on behalf of leading service organizations across the nation. By connecting buyers and sellers directly, OnForce harnesses marketplace dynamics to drive superior performance and enhanced quality. I don't think this announcement comes as a surprise to anyone who watches the company closely. Congratulations to Kevin Gilroy, and I hope his appointment to CEO and member of the board at OnForce will be the beginning of good things to come for clients, providers, OnForce, for everyone. And that's the news in the force field. This week I had a computer on my bench that the customer built himself from parts he purchased from one of my competitors. When I tried to load my diagnostics, it wouldn't run. So I ran memtest86 and it came up with numerous errors. I wanted to run another memory diagnostic to validate the results of memtest86, so I Googled around and I found one. And believe it or not, it comes from none other than Microsoft. That's right, folks. Microsoft has a memory diagnostic program. It's called Windows Memory Diagnostic. And in spite of the unimaginative name, it's actually rather good. This program is fast and fairly compact, especially for a Microsoft program. It downloads as an executable that creates a bootable floppy or an ISO image for CD. The program can boot from a floppy or CD and runs immediately on boot, so there's no setup involved on the PC other than inserting the disk in the drive and turning the computer on. The screen is pretty basic and self-explanatory, and the menus even more so. The choices are simple. Pause, run standard tests, run extended tests, resume, menu, and exit. It runs through a battery of 6 tests in basic mode, 8 tests in standard mode, and 17 tests in extended mode. You can change cache settings, change the memory map, and change the test suite. You can pause it, change the test suite in mid-test, and resume without losing the results of the previous tests. You can even view basic information on the memory controller itself. In addition, and this is impressive, in most cases it will even tell you how many memory slots are on the board and which memory modules, if any, are in the slots. That is cool. Now, there is one caveat to this program. It automatically boots and runs, and the only way to stop the test is to either pause it or exit. If you exit the test, it will automatically reboot the PC, so remember to remove the floppy disk or CD when you finish the test and before you exit the program, or it will reboot and boot straight into the test again and again. I downloaded this program, ran it, created an ISO image for CD, burned it on a business card size CD, booted it up on the problem PC, ran 2 passes of the basic tests, and confirmed the results of memtest86 in less than 20 minutes. Overall, it is a great little diagnostic program. It's easy to use, quick to boot, and so far it produces reliable results, at least for me. The best part of it all, though, is the price. It's free! You gotta love free tools. I know I do. To download it, go to oca.microsoft.com/en/windiag.asp. It's not easy to find on Microsoft's website, so you will need the address. Fortunately, It is available to every provider who is listening to the force field because you heard it right here. I highly recommend Windows Memory Diagnostic to every provider who works in the field for OnForce and their own customers. It's well worth the cost of a floppy or CD. And that's Rick's Pick of the Week. In a moment, we'll get on the Skype line and hear your views and comments as we take calls from providers who dare to speak up and venture inside the force field.
Welcome to the Cube Command Podcast. My name is Tommy Savoia, and this is the show where you can chill with us as we talk about the news, reviews, and other things in the gaming, pop culture, and movie industry. The Cube Command Podcast is produced by Savoia Studios and is part of the Savoia Media Network. To find all the shows produced by Savoia Studios, just go to SavoiaMedia.com.
This is a stream of consciousness kind of show. We're going to discuss whatever you want to discuss in the chat. Well, of course, we're going to open and pour the wine and pair it with some foods and give it a review. And I like it. This show is really about you and me getting together on a Saturday night, sitting back, kicking back, relaxing with our favorite libation, whatever it is, and just having a good time. I'll drink to that.
You're listening to The Force Field, and this is the part of the show I look forward to the most, as it is the opportunity to talk to my fellow providers. We're going to take a couple of calls on the Skype line. Now, I'm working out the kinks in this, so I can't guarantee the quality of the line will be consistent, but it still beats 2 tin cans and a string. And it's free, and you can't beat free. The line is open to all OnForce providers. If you want to be part of the show, all you need to do is call Savoia Computer on Skype Friday evening from 10:30 p.m. to midnight Eastern. If you do not have Skype, you can download it onto your PC or laptop from www.skype.com and set up an account. It usually takes about 15 minutes to get up and running. I recommend using a microphone and a headset, so that could cost some money. The program is free, the account is free, and the calls are free. And you can't beat free, even if you have to buy the mic and headset. Once you're online with your Skype account, add Savoia Computer to your contacts and click the call button. It's that simple. Just call Savoia Computer, and that's spelled S-A-V-O-I-A, Computer. Computer is singular, not plural. Hello, is this Randy?
Yeah, it is. Hi, Rick.
Well, Randy, welcome to the Force Field.
Okay. Yeah. Have you ever checked out, like, remote programs like Log Me In and stuff like that for doing remote support?
Actually, I have looked at a couple, and I haven't really decided on a particular one that I really want to use consistently. I've tried a couple out, and I've had mixed results from them. Is there one that you prefer, or one that you use?
I found one I liked for ease of use, which was Log Me In Rescue.
Oh, okay.
And I liked how it worked. The only thing is I can't convince anybody that it's worth it to do a remote support. Instead of trying to, show up at their house at a, special time and have them clean the house up so you can come in, and just seemed so much easier to be online and do the virus cleans online than to go to their house and spend 3 hours doing it.
Well, I agree. And that's one of the things that I was looking at doing some time back, was just, it would just be nice to just sit around in the pajamas and have some coffee and just fix everyone's computer when they called, just without having to get on my seat and get in the car and drive out there. But in reality, I mean, I've had a few clients who have asked me if I offer that service, but in reality, when it comes down to actually repairing the computers, I actually prefer to sit down right in front of it rather than do it remotely. It just seems a little easier for me that way.
Yeah. Have you checked out Log Me In Rescue or no?
I've been on their website, but I haven't really downloaded the program or used it.
It's like
that one's not
$139 a
subscription-based,
month.
I don't think, is it?
What's that?
That's the one that's subscription based.
It is subscription based. It's like $139 a month.
Okay, that is the one I was thinking of. That's subscription based.
That's the one part about it I didn't like. And then people, when I brought it up to people, and they say, "Well, I don't know. How can you trust somebody coming through the internet, and wouldn't somebody else maybe tag along?"
Well, that's a valid concern.
It is valid.
And I think that's one reason why there are a lot of people that just don't opt for that. But on the flip side, I have had people ask me, they'll call me up on the phone and they'll ask me, "Look, can you just fix it over the phone?" Now, there are some of these applications where you have a server version and then you have to give them a client version, and they have to install a client version to actually get it to work right. And that seems a little too cumbersome for me.
Right, and for me too. And that's one of the features I liked about this Log Me and Rescue, is that basically what you did is you sent them a link, and then in an email, and then they clicked on the link and hooked up to the server, and then you could both go through the server and you could see everything on their computer.
That's great, except what happens when you start rebooting? Like if you're doing virus removal or something, you're doing reboots in order to get them into safe mode. And of course, if you're going to safe mode, if you're going to continue to connect online, you're going to have to do a safe mode with networking. That's if you have XP.
Mm-hmm. Right, and it did work. I was able to boot them into safe mode, and as long as they were there to give me permission to re-access their computer when it booted up in safe mode, I could still do things.
Yeah. Well, I have looked at a couple of them, and I'm still evaluating them, but my approach to it so far has been, it's nice in theory, but when it comes down to actually working on the computer, I really would like to be able to just stand there in front of it, because if it starts off as a software problem, or what I think is a software problem, and ends up actually being a hardware problem, I can just stand there and open up the box and look inside.
Right.
Whereas I couldn't necessarily do that. If it looks like a software issue and then it turns out to be a hardware issue, then I'm going to have to go over there anyway.
Right. I that's one thing I also appreciated about it, or thought of as an issue. But like I said, the main issue I've encountered has been the reservation of people for the security reasons.
Well, I've had that too.
Okay.
Well, take care, Randy, and I'll see you on the forums.
Okay, thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Sure. Have a good evening. Steve, this is Rick Savoia, and welcome to the Force Field.
Nicely titled.
Thank you. You work on Macs quite a bit, right?
I do, yep. I'm a local member of the Apple Consultants Network, so I get direct referrals from the Apple stores in town. I've been around them long enough to remember when 64K was a lot of memory.
Yeah.
I lived up in Massachusetts at the time when everything fell apart. So changed careers, and it took me a while to get back to it, but I'm glad I'm back. Still hasn't changed that much.
If anything, I think it's become more integrated. In the old days, you sort of had to be a MacGyver at everything. Nowadays, there's no way you can be a MacGyver, yet people still expect that, and it's become more complicated.
You might have seen an interesting thing happened yesterday and today that the MacGyver reference goes back to. I was doing a job at a credit union. Their main IT department, you might have seen me reference it a couple of times on the forums, a product called Deployment Solution from Altiris. Mm-hmm. From the response I got from the forum, it's not that widely known, but I've used it for the last 4 or 5 years. I walked into this IT department, and they immediately just assumed that I knew how to set up their machines to work with Deployment Solution. Now, fortunately, I did, but I would say that out of the local area, if you got 2 out of 100 who was familiar with this product, you would have been in good shape. Now, nobody asked me before they gave me the job if I knew Altiris. It was a straight configuration job, but it was expected when I walked on site that I was familiar with this product. And it's a fairly obscure product. So I don't know how you. As somebody on one of the threads recently talked about the same thing. It's just that we're expected to know everything.
And that's true, especially in some of these doctors' offices when they're working with these medical billing programs. There are quite a few of them out there, and there are several in particular that a few people use, that a few companies use, but that are not widely known.
Right.
And yes, just as you mentioned, you really need to know what it is they're running, because a good deal of the time, the problem that they're having is either indirectly or directly related to that piece of software. And then you have to do this quick, all of a sudden you have to sit down and assess the software, learn as much as you can about it in as short a time as possible, and come up with a solution for them.
And exactly. So here's an interesting topic if you wanted to carry it through a couple of texts. Are you the general physician, or are you the hand doctor, or are you the eye doctor? Where, as a person who's running his own business, where do you focus? What are you trying?
Good question.
What are you trying to be with and if you think about that, if you take the doctor analogy and you take that and bring it into the technology, are you the database guy? Are you the Windows Server guy? Are you the call me with anything and at least I'll be able to point you to the person who can get it done? So many people I've seen try to be everything, but there's just too much. You can't do it.
There's no way. Now, I would say maybe about 20 years ago, that was still possible. I mean, you could still be the MacGyver, because 20 years ago, I mean, you didn't have the diversity of the programs out there. You didn't have some of the technology you have now. Things were simpler then. Nowadays, you have to be a real detective to figure some of this stuff out.
Mm-hmm. So as a small business person, as somebody who's trying to do the most for your customers, and by you I don't mean necessarily Rick, but as a person in the industry, what is the best way to go?
There are some people that are going to continue to try to be everything because they want to try to be everything. I'm not saying I recommend that, because I really don't. You can't really do that anymore. You have to specialize, just like doctors did some time back. I think where we are right now in the industry, I think the medical profession was about 30 years ago.
Do you think, as you relate that to the technology field, do you think that our customer base would put up for that?
Well, one could argue that they've accepted that with the medical profession, because, I mean, a lot of us came kicking and screaming to the table when the medical field started doing this. But over time, people have come to accept it and realize that my doctor can't know everything. There's just too much to know. I think that probably 20 years from now, people will probably accept it. But once again, I think they'll be brought kicking and screaming to the table before they do. I think people are not going to accept it so readily, especially because they've been so accustomed to many of us trying to be the MacGyver,
right,
and trying to do it all for them. And they think they've really come to expect that, to the point that when they're finally told, well, we can't do that anymore, they will put up some resistance. Well, it's good talking to you, Steve.
Good talking to you, too.
Well, folks, our time is up. I would like to thank everyone for listening, my kids for allowing me to do this without interruptions, and my wife for just putting up with me. If you would like to comment on the program, you can private message me in the forums as rsavoia@forums.onforce.com, or you can reach me at rick@savoiacomputer.com, or visit my website at www.savoiacomputer.com. Opinions expressed are those of the host and guests and do not represent OnForce, Savoia Computer, or advertisers. All music on the show is original and was written by Jim Chamberlain and performed by Brother Rancid and the Brand New Pygmies. The show is produced and distributed by Savoia Computer. For the Force Field, I'm Rick Savoia. May OnForce be with you.
Up next, a classic episode of The Tia and Tommy Show, only on Savoia TV.
It's the Tia and Tommy Show with Tia and Tommy. And now, here are your hosts, Tia and Tommy.
Thanks, Dad. Hi, I'm Tia.
And I'm Tommy.
And this is the very first episode of our podcast show, just for us kids.
Just for kids?
Well, the grown-ups can listen too, but it's really for us kids.
Well, what if their moms and dads want to listen too?
Well, okay. This is the first episode of our podcast show for kids and their moms and dads.
What about our relatives?
Our relatives?
Yeah, everybody's aunts and uncles and cousins. If we want the kids and their moms and dads to listen to the show, we have to include the whole family.
Well, I guess so. Okay, welcome to the Tia and Tommy Show. This is the first episode of our podcast show for kids and their moms and dads and all their relatives. Today we're...
What about our teachers?
Teachers?
Yeah, I mean, we want the kids to have fun and learn some stuff too.
Like what kind of stuff?
Like stuff about animals and science and life and stuff.
Okay. This is the Tia and Tommy Show, and this is the very first episode of our podcast show, just for kids and their moms and dads and relatives and teachers. Today we're going to talk about...
What about the school bus drivers?
The school what?
The bus drivers. You know, who get the kids to school and back. That's an important job, you know.
Okay, no.
The school bus drivers, they work for the schools too, just like the teachers.
Tommy,
come on, Tia, we can't say the teachers can listen to the show and the school bus drivers can't.
Tommy!
How would you like if you were a school bus driver and the teacher could listen to the show? You can't. It's not fair.
Okay. It's the very first episode of our podcast show, just for kids and their moms and dads and relatives and teachers and school bus drivers.
Don't forget Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Huh?
Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's my favorite NASCAR driver.
Anybody else?
Hold on, let me get the list.
You've got a list?
Yeah, right here in my pocket. I worked on it all last night. There's the teachers, school bus drivers, Dale Earnhardt Jr., the cafeteria lady, the president, the Carolina Commons, the Endhaven Cougars.
Tommy, wait. Why don't we just say it's for everybody?
Everybody?
But yeah, everybody. That way we don't spend the whole show telling everybody to listen to the show. But isn't that better than naming everybody?
Yeah, well, but
hold on. I'm gonna do this. Okay, everybody. Welcome to the Tia and Tommy Show. This is the very first episode of our new podcast show for us kids and everybody. How is that?
Great. Tia?
What?
I thought our show was just for us kids.
We have a really great show for you today. We have a cool word I learned and what it really means. We'll also talk about a book called Fudgemania. And also some interesting things about lions.
I have a cool joke.
And Tommy is going to read a story he wrote.
So stick around.
What was that?
Hey, cool music.
Okay. First, I learned a new word this week.
What is it?
It's obstinate. Okay. Tommy, do you know how to spell the word obstinate?
Okay, let's see. O-B-S-I-T-E. Done.
No.
O-B-S-I-T-N-I-T-E.
No. The correct spelling is O-B-S-T-I-N-A-T-E. But Tommy, do you know what this word means?
Means obedient?
No.
It means, obstacle course?
No, Tommy, it has nothing to do with an obstacle course. Tommy, this word obstinate actually means to be stubborn, or hard to control, or even pig-headed.
Like you.
No, not me. Tell us about this book you read, Tommy.
Well, it's called Fudgemania, and it's about one kid named Peter. Just finished 6th grade, going into the summer with someone he knows at school that he doesn't really like much.
And who is the author of this book?
Judy Bloom.
And what was your opinion about it?
I thought it was a real funny book, and I kept reading it over and over again.
So, Tommy, what did you like best about the book?
Well, that's a hard decision.
Just say a part that you like.
I like all of it.
Just choose a part.
I can't. That's my definite answer.
Never mind. And now it's time for animal facts. Today, we're going to talk about lions.
I know all about lions.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
My brother thinks he's so smart. Okay, what do you know about lions?
The female lion carries her babies from her mouth, and the female has to catch the food, and the male eats first.
Well, those are some real true facts there. But here are some more real facts. Lions eat wild beasts, zebras, antelopes, and giraffes. Usually, lions sleep for 18 hours a day because the meat it eats is very nutritious. A lion can also eat one large meal and not eat for several days.
I knew that.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You're just being obstinate.
We already did your word. Now it's time for my joke. Knock knock.
Who's there?
I forgot.
I forgot who.
I forgot my joke.
It wasn't that funny.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
You're just being obstinate.
I thought you were going to read a story.
I am.
Okay. Tommy wrote a short story, and he's going to read it out loud. What is your story?
My story's called, it doesn't have a name. Called Ogre Soup. Ogre Soup. Once upon a time, there lived a poor old man who lived in an old log cabin. One day, there was a knock on the poor old man's door. It turned out to be an ogre. The poor old man opened the door, and the ogre wrapped him in a net and carried him to his log cabin. Then the ogre hung him over a pot. "I am hungry," said the ogre. "I will eat you." The man thought fast. "Wait," he said. "You need carrots and radishes to go with me." "Okay," said the ogre. The ogre went out and slammed the door. The slamming made the man fall to the ground. When the ogre came back, the man wrapped him in a net and dropped him in the pot with the carrots and radishes. Everyone in the town clapped and cheered for the man. Everyone gave him money for a reward. "Now for some ogre soup," said the man. Everyone tasted soup. It tasted like yuck. The man was no longer poor anymore, and he lived happily ever after. What did you think of it?
Well, I think it was pretty interesting, but I'm glad I wasn't there to taste the ogre soup. Well, that's our show today. The show is almost over. Tommy, do you have anything else to say?
Well, it was pretty short. And audience, thanks for listening.
Yeah, thanks. If you like the show, or even if you didn't like the show and you want to tell us about it, or even ask us a question, you can write to us. If you want to send something to me to put on the show, email me at tia@tiatommy.com.
Or if you want to write to me and send me something to put on the show, write to Tommy@tiatommy.com.
This is Tia.
And this is Tommy.
Catch you later!
Welcome to the Cube Command Podcast. My name is Tommy Savoia, and this is the show where you can chill with us as we talk about the news, reviews, and other things in the gaming, pop culture, and movie industry. The Cube Command Podcast is produced by Savoia Studios and is part of the Savoia Media Network. To find all the shows produced by Savoia Studios, just go to SavoiaMedia.com. Time for a classic film short, only on SavoiaTV. Coming up next, Tia and Tommy take you into the world of Nintendo games with Nintendo Teens, only on Savoia TV.
Hello, and welcome to the Nintendo Teens Podcast. I'm your host, Tommy Savoia. This is my co-host,
Tia Savoia.
Today we're going to talk about the Nintendo Wii U, as well as the release of the Nintendo 2DS. If you would like to contact the show, or if you have comments, you can contact us at nintendoteens.com. Okay, so everybody knows by now that a Nintendo Wii U isn't the hottest console on the market. People blame that on the name a lot.
The name?
Yeah, the Wii U. You see, how they made the Wii U how they made the icon look like? It has the Wii, and then it has a little box and the white U under it. Yeah, people started thinking it was like a suitcase or something.
What?
Consumers, they're the people that Nintendo needs. But the consumers don't understand the product, and if the consumers don't understand what your product is, what you're trying to sell, and if they just think it's like an add-on to the Wii, you're not going to sell a lot of them. Because if people see a $300 controller, they think it's just a controller for the Wii U. They're not going to buy a $300 controller for the Wii.
Oh, speaking of an add-on, that's what I kind of thought at first when the Wii U was first released, because it seemed like, since it also came with the since it always also came with the Wii remotes and the Wii console, it looked like, and like it comes with a Wii U pad. I thought the Wii U pad was just something you added on, like the Kinect and the Xbox.
No, I don't think that the Wii U, it doesn't come with the Wii remotes. I think it's just the gamepad, because they want you to buy the Wii remotes because that gives them more money. But the main thing that's their gimmick. People think that Nintendo's all about gimmicks, but Nintendo, they make innovation. Without Nintendo, the PlayStation Move probably wouldn't have been invented. It'd probably be invented years after that. Kinect, the Wii brought in motion control. It I'm gonna say perfected motion control.
At least in
But,
gaming.
yeah, I don't know if it really perfected it, since I had a lot of problems with my Wii remotes.
Well, yeah, but they kind of started it when it came to gaming, because, and then, everyone else started copying off of them.
Well, yeah, I don't really think the PlayStation Move caught on. It was more of the Wii. But, the 3DS, the 3DS, it had almost the same price as the Wii U when it was when it was launched. It had $249. That's a lot compared to now. Now the regular 3DS is $169.
How do you remember all these prices?
Well, I have to study this stuff.
Yeah, but even when you're not really studying, you seem to remember the prices so well. Yeah.
Anyway, the 3DS had a price drop, which helped a lot. It price dropped by, I think it was around $80. If I'm doing the math in my head correctly. $80. So that made it drop to $170. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but
You don't need to worry about that too much, I guess.
the 3DS had some very good launch software, like Super Mario 3D Land. I think is the only one that basically kept them all going. But later on, the 3DS actually did catch on. The 3DS, people didn't really like it at launch, but when they started getting more software and people started buying it, and now it's one of the best-selling handheld console of all time. I think it surpassed the Xbox 360's sales, and that's popular. So I actually think that the Wii U, since it has some good titles coming out, it's probably going to turn around. You see, it has The Wonderful 101, Pikmin 3, upcoming Sonic Lost World, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, Super Mario 3D World, and a year later, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS. I know that's going to be a big hit. I don't really understand. Well, I understand why Super Smash Bros. For the 3DS, because they want to. It's about time to have a portable Smash Bros. I've been dreaming about it for years. But if
literally,
well, no. not literally, but you know what I mean. But if they're gonna release it for the 3DS too, and the same goes for Sonic Lost World, people are probably gonna opt for the 3DS version if they have a 3DS. If they make the 3DS version as admirable as the Wii U version, then people are going to go for the 3DS version, and they're not going to buy the Wii U version for the Wii U.
I don't see too many differences in the 3DS and Wii U version of the game so far. I mean, just like the outlines and maybe the stages being based off of handheld consoles instead of home consoles in the 3DS version. As well as maybe the controls being a bit different, but I guess that's the only difference.
Yeah, if they make actually Smash Brothers, I think the Wii version has better graphics, but the 3DS version probably might get better sales since it's portable. Anyway, I was going to say that if Nintendo keeps releasing these games that also have the 3DS and Wii U, then people are going to opt for especially if they're like console sellers like Smash Brothers would be if it was solely Wii U and Sonic Lost World. But they actually have a lot of first-party titles that are exclusive to Wii U that could keep it going. So I think also with the price drop, the $50 price drop, they actually might have a chance against the Sony PS4 and the Microsoft Xbox One, the Xbone.
Xbone. It looks like it's spelled Xbone when people type it. But it looks like that to me too.
Also released? Well, actually, it wasn't released. It was scheduled. I think it was, the same release date as Pokemon X and Pokemon Y is the Nintendo 2DS. Now, I almost flipped out when I saw this. This is just the weirdest thing. I mean, 2 years later, they announced a new console. It's not really new. It's like the 3DS.5, except it's not a 3DS. It's a 2DS.
Oh, one thing about the 2DS. When I first heard the news about the 2DS, I was just wondering where Nintendo was going with this. But now I realize it's probably for the little kids, so parents can actually truly restrict their kids from using the 3D if they don't want them using the 3D effect on the 3DS. Although with people that are more of older gamers, I guess you'd say, that aren't little kids, you could just turn off the 3D if you want to, and the 3DS, you can close it.
Yeah.
It's like the 2DS is more like kind of like an iPad.
No,
and it bugs me that you won't be able to close it.
I don't use the 3D. I completely forget about it half the time I'm playing it. But little kids, they're curious. So they're gonna want to see, cool, 3D without glasses, I'm gonna use it. But that's not good for kids ages 7 and under. So I think it's good that Nintendo's doing this, because parents, when they see that their kid's gonna want Pokemon X and Y, because Pokemon X and Y is popular among all ages, and a lot of little kids like it, So they're gonna ask their parents if they can have X and Y, or if their birthday is coming up, or the holidays. So they're gonna ask for it, but their parents gonna say you don't have the system for it. So they're gonna look at the 3DS price, and they're gonna no, you're not gonna buy this. But then they're gonna see the 2DS on the shelf, and that's priced at $129.99. So that'd be $30, which is $40 cheaper than the 3DS. And since 3D is restricted from it, they won't have to worry about their kids looking at the 3D. Also, that's interesting about the 2DS, you can't close it. That's
just what I said earlier.
That's one of the best things about the DS, that you can close it and you can put it in your pocket. This actually comes with a little sleeve, but like you said earlier, it's like a tablet.
The 3DS, so it's easier for everyone to carry around compared to the 2DS, because the 2DS is big and it's also kind of thick. I just forgot now. It was
It'll come to you.
Yeah. Okay, so you know how I forgot it again. Oh, you go on.
This is probably what you're going to say. The 2DS it's one screen. The 2DS is one screen, except the shell, it's just one big screen, and the shell separates it and make it look like two screens. When you open it up, it's actually the same size as the original 3DS would be opened up, not the XL, the regular one. But it's actually just two screens, and then it's all one big touch screen, except you can't touch the top screen because that's covered with plastic or whatever. But you can touch the bottom screen. So I don't see how Nintendo can make the games work the same, but I don't know, they can, because they're Nintendo, they're the big N.
Oh, I remember now. Okay, so I believe that the 3DS is definitely still going to get more sales than the 2DS. And when you think about it, like, sometimes I walk around in, like, a place like Target or Walmart or wherever, and I see little kids, and they're using the 3DS. So there are kids out there, they already have the 3DS. There's probably not going to be any chance that they're going to get the 2DS if they already have a console that can play 3DS games.
Surprisingly, I'm biased towards the 3DS, but I'm just going to support the 2DS on this because the kid. Okay, let's face it. Some odd percent of the chance that you're going to break your DS is because the clamshell snapped. That's what happened with our old DS Lite we had a few years ago.
Well, yeah, that's why you got to buy a case.
But if you're playing it, the case can't do anything because it's sitting there next to your lap. The clamshell's gonna break if you're rough with it.
Or if you're playing it while you're walking around, which you probably wouldn't want to do, but we do it anyways.
I was especially worried, like, Face Raiders, and with the 3DS camera, you have to move that a lot with the gyro sensor. And I'm afraid I'm gonna break that clamshell someday. So the 2DS, it's like a giant controller. I know the 3DS is like that, but this is more of it because you hold it and your fingers are always your index fingers are always on the top because that's where the triggers are, on top of the top screen, because it's just one big
pad,
yeah,
thick thing. But it's kind of thick with it being thick, because you know how like a lot of phones, like a lot of the newer phones, they're kind of thin, and I see a lot of people breaking them. Like all my classmates that have those kinds of phones, they break them at some point. And so
like the
maybe
Galaxy S3.
Yeah.
I can't hold that thing. It's I don't know how anyone can hold that.
But so maybe with the 2DS being thicker, I guess it's like, you know how kids can sometimes be reckless with stuff. If they drop the 2DS, I guess it'll be less likely to break. I don't know.
Yeah, well, 2DS, I guess people are bashing it on the internet, but, you know, you don't have to buy it. It's there, but you don't have to buy it. I don't hate on this little kitty tablet thingy. But, you know, the 3DS, like I said, it's going to have some good software out, so 2DS sales are going to go up, 3DS sales are going to go up. But, especially with the Pokemon X and Y coming out.
Oh, yes. I already pre-ordered X. But...
I think, you know, Animal Crossing, it's the top of the 2DS tier. People love it. I think Pokemon's going to take that place. Because I honestly didn't... People are, like, gushing about Animal Crossing, but I had Animal Crossing. You had it too, but, you know, we're not just not kind of that kind of people. We didn't enjoy Animal Crossing as much as we enjoy, like, older games like Pokemon Pearl or Diamond or something. So, you know, when the day is done, you can't do anything. You just dig holes and bother your citizens and stuff.
Animal Crossing has been around for a while. Like the Animal Crossing games, they've been around for quite a while. Like, are you just talking about New Leaf?
No, yes, I am. But Pokemon's been around longer, so, and you know, Animal Crossing, it's actually limited. You see IGN saying, you know, this thing's unlimited and there's nothing you can't do in here. But I don't know. It just didn't appeal to me, and I actually prefer Pokemon. I mean, it's more action-y, but
action-y.
Yeah,
that's not
Pokemon,
a word.
It's my second favorite series, second only to Sonic the Hedgehog. Sorry, Nintendo. I just have to side with them in this one.
Well, Sega and Nintendo do have this deal going on, but
it was weird. I saw that.
Kind of unexpected.
I woke up one day and I was on the ceiling and I looked and the birds were walking around and people were flying, and I looked on the internet and Nintendo and Sega, they're in a partnership. This is just weird. But I guess I can't say that because they've actually collaborated with a lot of stuff.
It'd be really weird to wake up on the ceiling. I don't know how that would happen.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I guess we're running out of time for this episode, so if you'd like to download the show or contact us, you can reach us at nintendoteens.com. Our theme music is Presenterator by Kevin MacLeod, courtesy of incompetech.com. And, do you have, anything to say? Yeah, nothing?
Well, not much
Bash
for the
in
moment,
goodness.
but what?
Nothing to bash the previous week.
Well, I guess I already got it all out in the episode.
Okay, so I guess that's it for our show today. We hope you enjoyed it, and thanks for listening. So until next time, stay in the game.
If you like free stuff, you'll want to hear this. A classic episode of The Free Stuff Show is next on Savoia TV.
Free stuff is everywhere. You just need to know where to look. But is it really free? Or is there always a catch? Also, we'll tell you about some free magazines, downloads, and something called Free Comic Book Day. It's all right here on The Free Stuff Show.
I like free stuff.
I like free stuff too.
We've been fans of freebies for years.
It's a hobby of ours, and we're always searching for the next free thing.
Join us on our quest for free stuff.
I'm Rick,
And I'm Tommy.
and this is The Free Stuff Show. And welcome to the first episode of The Free Stuff Show. I'm Rick,
And I'm Tommy.
and we're father and son, and we're both into free stuff, collecting free stuff, picking up free stuff, wherever we can find it. Today we'll find out just how much free stuff is available to us and how much of it we really do get for free. We'll also tell you how you can get free publications, and we'll talk about an annual event that's all about free comics. Today's show is sponsored by Jobcast Central. Looking for your next career? Look no further than JobcastCentral.com. Employers, list your jobs for free at Jobcast Central. No charge, no limit. It's free, and you can't beat free. Go to www.jobcastcentral.com. You know, free stuff is all around us. It's everywhere. What I think a lot of people don't realize is just how much of their daily lives involves using things, doing things, and getting things for free. Tommy, do you realize how much you get in this world for free?
Probably not.
And I think most people don't. Let's think of some of the free things that we get every day that we really don't think about. For instance, free over-the-air TV, that's one.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. I mean, turn on the TV, and unless you're subscribed to cable, as a lot of people are subscribed to cable, but there are a lot of people that are...
Not us.
Well, no, we aren't, because since digital TV has come around, well, we can get the same quality over the airwaves as most people can get on their cable TV now because of digital TV.
We have Netflix, which is better than cable because you can choose what you want to watch.
And when you want to watch it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So there are a lot of advantages to free TV and getting some of our programming over the internet.
Amazon, to some degree.
Amazon Prime services. You do pay for those, but you really get a lot for what you pay for. Talk about AM and FM radio. Regular, over-the-air, free radio that you can get for free. When you're driving around in the car, listen to an AM radio station, FM radio station, you get free programming, free shows, free music right there over the air.
Not just in the car, anywhere.
Pretty much anywhere, yeah. Social media sites. Social media sites are, for the most part, free. Now, there are a couple of social media sites like LinkedIn where you can pay for a premium subscription or for a premium account. But for the most part, when you sign up for a social media site, it really doesn't cost you anything, does it?
No.
And that's a free connection to friends and family, and more so lately, another venue for entertainment. Facebook, Twitter, these are all sites that you can join for free. What's another source of free stuff?
We have free software, apps on your phone or on your computer.
Yeah, and free open source software that you can get, that you do a lot of the things that some people would normally pay hundreds of dollars for, that you can get for free. And we're not talking about pirated software. We're talking about free open source software and software that's available under the public domain and that sort of thing.
And like mobile games, free-to-play games where there's no charge.
Yeah, exactly. And, of course, podcasts like this one. People listening to this show are getting it for free. They're not having to pay for it.
There's some motivation to listen.
Yeah, exactly. There's free stuff everywhere, and we could probably cite a lot of other examples of free things that we can get, that we get every day. Going to the warehouse club, like Sam's Club, and getting free samples.
Yeah, you can make a whole meal out of that.
Yeah, we've done it.
Yeah, it's easy.
But there are a lot of examples of things that you can get every day for free. But the question is it really free? Is it really free? There's an old saying that nothing in life is free. And, the other saying that there is no such thing as a free lunch really, for the most part, is true. Free is not necessarily free because stuff doesn't make itself.
Well,
Things don't make themselves. Somebody has to make it. Somebody has to pay for it somewhere.
Free is coming from the perspective of whichever side you're coming from. On the consumer's view, it is free because they don't have to there's no labor or cost involved. But for the manufacturer side, it is not free at all. It's actually, it could be harmful to them, or it could be productive, where it promotes other sales.
Well, for the most part, it does cost time and money to make and distribute those things, and they're making those things, as you were saying, to entice people to buy more of it, or to buy something else, or to get them to subscribe to something, or whatever it is. And that's basically how those free things are paid for. It's free on the consumer side, for the most part, but it's being paid for by the person who's presenting it for free. Exactly. Well, we talked a little bit about who actually pays for this. How is this free stuff paid for?
Advertising?
One of the ways that it can be provided to consumers is through the advertising or marketing model. And that's probably one of the most popular ways, one of the ones that we're all pretty much used to. We're all used to being pitched or sold something. A prime example of this is free television. In the advertising and marketing model, free TV is paid for with ads. We have to sit through the ads in order to watch our free TV show, right? Someone has to pay for that free stuff. We're getting to watch those TV shows for free, but they cost a lot of money to make, to produce, to put on the air. And those shows are paid for through advertising. Most people are used to that now because they understand.
So they understand that the money has to come from somewhere.
Mm-hmm. We get to watch our favorite TV show for free in exchange for watching advertising, for allowing the advertisers to pitch their products to us. A fair exchange for the most part. Most everyone is willing to sit through some advertising in exchange for getting to watch their favorite show. And it doesn't hurt anyone.
No.
Right? We can sit through that.
You have to sit through it, but
Okay, we're watching the ads, but we're not forced to buy what's being pitched to us, are we?
Yeah, buying is completely optional. If you like the product or service, you can go ahead and purchase it, and you would have already benefited from the ad itself and the TV program. But of course, you can ignore the ads if you want to, and go ahead watching your program, and no money is spent.
Exactly. And I think for the most part, everyone's accepted that free model. But for the most part, that's how it works. Someone wants to sell us something or promote something, and they'll give you something for free in exchange for an opportunity to do that. Now, at this point, I want to make a disclaimer that some free offers that we talk about on the Free Stuff Show may be related to affiliate or referral programs from which we may receive a small commission. May. However, many are not, and we aren't going to recommend anything to you that we wouldn't try or use ourselves.
Yeah, we're going to test them out first. Make sure
exactly. Well, we're not going to recommend something to someone that is certainly questionable.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to recommend something to someone that we haven't tried or that we don't use ourselves, that we don't necessarily trust. So everything that we're going to mention on the show is something that we either use ourselves or would use if we needed it or wanted it.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's our disclaimer.
And now for the free stuff.
Yeah, we have some freebies to tell everybody about today. A couple of good freebies, and they're all related to either electronic or print publications. Now, we have a couple of freebies of the week, and I'm going to give you mine first. Here's my freebie of the week. Now, the first one is really meant for professionals. If you're a professional who wants to stay on top of your career, or you're searching for a career in a particular industry, one of the best ways to do this is by utilizing a readily available resource that's just chock full of valuable content that will keep you informed and in the loop. I'm talking about industry trade publications. Now, nearly every industry has at least one trade publication that professionals subscribe to and follow to keep up with current news and trends in their chosen field. Trade publications include both electronic and print magazines, periodicals, white papers, multimedia webinars, audio and video podcasts, and other media. They're a great source of news and content about products, services, issues, and trends in the industries they cover. Of course, they're also full of self-promotion and sales pitches. But if you're a professional who needs to keep up with what's happening in a specific market or industry, it's readily available to you so you can improve your job skills, market yourself to potential employers, or even start your own business. These publications are a great way to educate yourself because you can peruse them at your leisure. You can subscribe to as many as you need or want, or you can focus on the ones that are specific to your area of the business. The best thing about these publications is that nearly all of them are free to professionals who qualify. If you work in an industry or field covered in a particular publication, all you have to do is fill out a qualifying form to show that you meet the requirements as an industry professional. Trade publications are not aimed at the general public, so the form is necessary to filter out those who are not qualified. It takes a few minutes to fill out the form, but once you do and are approved, you're in. Overall, it is well worth the investment. After all, they're free. And you can't beat free. I subscribe to several trade publications myself. Some I read regularly, others I use as a reference when I need them. All of them connect me to the industry I'm in and provide content I can use to help me stay informed. All you need to do is go to jobcastcentral.tradepub.com, browse through the list of trade publications available, fill out the form to qualify, and you're done. There's no credit card required, no payment to make. The trade publications are free to qualified professionals. And that's my freebie of the week.
And now for something that's a little more relevant to more people. Free Comic Book Day 2015 is less than a week away. Each year, comic book and hobby stores around the country have contributed to an annual celebration called Free Comic Book Day. Its blunt and straightforward title describes exactly what happens. People give away free comic books. There you go. And, of course, before you begin dreaming of walking out of your local comic book with boxes of your favorite comics free of charge, I gotta inform you that there are limitations. First of all, you can only get 3 comic books per person, so choose carefully. Second, there are only certain comics printed specifically for Free Comic Book Day, so you can't choose any issue you want. And you'll recognize these by the titles Free Comic Book Day that will be placed in bold letters at the top of the cover. And if that isn't obvious enough, the comics will be separated on tables set out for this occasion. Free Comic Book Day takes place annually on the first Saturday in May, so this year it will fall on Saturday, which is May 2nd. Be sure to check out the official website for all the details I was too lazy to tell you, and also take a look at the list of all 50 comics that will be available this year, and some of them also let you take a little sneak peek of them. And just make sure not to come late, or else they'll all be gone. So better wake up early more and get first in line.
So once again, Free Comic Book Day, May 2nd, 2015. And it starts, I guess, about the same time in all areas. We're not really sure. It's a matter of going to your local comic book store, right? Most all the comic book stores around the country are participating in this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty big thing. It's around the country. I don't know about other countries, but in the United States, I know that basically every comic book store does it.
Yeah. Now, here's a little tip that we'll give you if you're really into comic books, and pretty much we all are in our family, except for my wife and Tommy's mother, one and the same person. We have a limit of 3 comic books per person.
Yeah, and there's a way you can cheat that.
Yeah. And we're going to tell you how to get a few extra. Let's say, for instance, that your wife or your mother or another family member is not into comic books like you are, and you can coerce them somehow to come along with you. They can pick up 3 free comic books because it's 3 comic books per person, right?
Yeah.
So if they aren't into the comics like you are, then just hand them a list of 3 comic books that they might be able to pick out for you, for themselves, and then they can pick them out as well. Now, is it cheating? Technically,
no. They'll be giving it to you as a gift later on.
Yes, there you go. And who knows? You might interest them into collecting comics.
Yeah, or they'll just hold you to that you owe them later on in life, but yeah.
As your mom has told us so many times.
Yeah.
Every year we drag her to Free Comic Book Day. You owe me for this. And it's not comics.
Well, we'll pay her in cooking supplies or something.
Yeah. But that's Free Comic Book Day. And you don't want to miss this.
Yeah, only once a year. Well, that's all the free stuff we have for you this week.
Join us each week for the latest in freebies out there.
Check out our website where you can check out our blog and subscribe to our podcast at www.thefreestuffshow.com.
Now remember, that's thefreestuffshow.com. If you just type in freestuffshow.com, it's going to take you somewhere else and it won't be there. So go to thefreestuffshow.com. And if you find anything free that you want to share with us and the rest of the listening audience, you can email us at comments@thefreestuffshow.com. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Before we go, any other final thoughts?
Not at all. No.
Okay. Well, join us each week for more free stuff on The Free Stuff Show. Once again, today's show was sponsored by Jobcast Central. Looking for your next career? Look no further than jobcastcentral.com. And employers, you can list your jobs for free at Jobcast Central. No charge and no limit. It's free, and you can't beat free. To list your jobs or for job listings, go to jobcastcentral.com. Well, everyone, thanks for listening, And until next time, I'm Rick,
And I'm Tommy.
and this is the Free Stuff Show.
Welcome to SavoiaTV. Well, it's got you there, right? It sounded like I was going to say the Cube Command podcast.
That's what I was hoping for.
That's what we're all hoping for. You know why?
Why?
Because we're on SavoiaTV.
Oh, shoot.
I'm Tommy.
And I'm Nick.
And you're going to be listening to the Cube Command podcast. Previously, a show all about gaming, pop culture, movie news, all that good shebang. Now, still does that. That's not going anywhere. But we're probably going to be branching out into new topics, just having fun. Cube Command's a fun brand.
Mm-hmm.
And you've probably seen us on YouTube goofing around, but now you can listen to us goofing around in your ears.
Just like this.
Just like this.
Don't scare him.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean that. You can come back. We don't bite.
Hit that follow button.
Hit that follow button. And stay tuned for the next show coming up on SavoiaTV.
I'd like to send you a copy of the official Drink with Rick wine tasting and notebook. This is the official wine tasting notebook for Drink with Rick on the Saturday Night Wine stream. It had tasting notes and things like that you can follow along. You can actually do your own wine tastings and put the notes in there. It comes in handy for a lot of things. And also, if you're watching the show, you can follow along and put your own wine tasting notes in there for that. It's whatever you want to do with it. It's fine. This sells on Amazon for $8.99. It's available on Amazon for $8.99, $8.99, not $899. Trust me, there's nothing that I do that's worth $899. People love these things. The official Drink with Rick wine tasting notebook. It's available on Amazon for $8.99.
Coming up, get ready for a classic episode of Cube Command, only on SavoiaTV.
And welcome to the first episode of the Cube Command podcast. I am your host, Tommy Savoia, and today we're going to be talking about the Nintendo Switch. Alright, so the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo's new console set for release in March 2017, was announced on October 20th by Nintendo themselves on their YouTube channel. They dropped a trailer for the new console, and man, what a trailer it was. There was a lot of stuff that was announced in the trailer that actually a lot of us were thinking, that's what the rumors were, the patents and the rumors were showing. And it was nice to actually see an official announcement by Nintendo themselves to what the console is actually going to be. And man, there's a lot to talk about. So previously codenamed NX, the Nintendo Switch is Nintendo's next console in the console race after the Wii U, because the Wii U, let's be honest, the Wii U was failing. Okay, there's no third-party support, and first-party games for the system were kind of dwindling. Nintendo has kind of realized that their system was kind of dying, so they thought, we got to get a new console out, and quickly. So then they announced that codename NX was in development, and they actually didn't announce anything at E3. E3 was the big thing. People thought, we were going to get an announcement for the NX, and it's, for Nintendo fan, the next big Nintendo console, for any gaming fan, next big Nintendo console is a big thing, because Nintendo loves to innovate. You can look at any of Nintendo's previous consoles, and you can tell that each one is very strikingly different than the previous one. The besides the Super NES and the NES, you have the GameCube and the Nintendo 64, very drastically different controllers, and aesthetically, the consoles themselves were really different. And then it kind of changed when you got to the Wii and then the Wii U, but they created the gamepad, which is a very interesting piece of hardware, but the Wii U didn't do well. It was failing, so they thought we got to think of something new, and so they announced the Nintendo Switch. And man, I mean, it is
what people thought it would be. They thought it was, the rumors were saying it was going to be a portable home console hybrid, and that's what it is. The trailer showed people using this gamepad-like device, like a tablet, and they would use that tablet for the gaming controller, and they'd be looking at the TV, and then they'd want to go somewhere, so they would just pick up the controller, or if they're using a different controller, take out the tablet from the dock and just walk out. And then they sit down at like a coffee shop or something and start playing. And that is what's really interesting. That was a heavy announcement in the trailer. That was the big thing. The console is portable, and it's also going to be a home console. So it comes with this dock. So it appears that the console itself is the tablet. And the tablet, it's got these little, like, they call them Joy-Con, but they're like these little kind of controllers, I guess. It's just, you just slide them into the sides of the tablet and just use it like a gamepad. And then if you want to use like another controller, just take them, just slide them out, switch them out, and put them on another controller that you can use. Like, there's one that looks like the Pro controller, one that looks like a piece of toast, and they have you could just take them out and just start using them like Wii remotes. And that was what I thought was really cool, is that they're implementing everything from their older consoles. Like, they got the old traditional controller that they've been doing, and then they had the Wii remotes that they use for the Wii and the Wii U, and then they have the gamepad from the Wii U. And I think that was it's a really genius way to put all those controllers together. And that's going to be one of the biggest selling points for the system, is that you can play however you want, wherever you want. And I think that's awesome. I mean, I cannot wait till this thing releases, until they release more information on it. And it's going to be a wild ride, I can tell. And it also comes with a docking. So if you want to play on your big screen TV, if you don't really like the little screen, just slide the system itself onto this little dock that you can hook up to your TV, and you can just play on your TV in the comfort of your own home. And that's something that's also really amazing about it. So, what else did the trailer reveal? Well, the trailer revealed that, besides the fact that it was the NX, they revealed that actually we're going to be getting a lot of launch games, a good library of launch titles for the system. They showed someone playing a new 3D Mario game. Interesting. And they also showed what we knew was going to be on there, like Zelda. We already knew Zelda Breath of the Wild was going to be on there, and that it's going to be an enhanced port of the Wii U version. And other games they showed were Mario Kart, Splatoon, and Skyrim. That was interesting, because as of recent, Skyrim hasn't been on Nintendo consoles. And it looks like Nintendo's really pushing the fact that they now have third-party support, which is what they didn't have with the Wii U. And that's one of the things that can save them. What's also interesting is that we also know we're going to be getting enhanced ports. Nintendo announced that the games that were going to be on the Nintendo Switch, most of them will be enhanced ports, like Zelda, Mario Kart, and Splatoon. I mean, it's going to be basically the same games you played on the Wii U, except you're going to be playing it enhanced. And I think that is actually a good choice. I think, to be honest, it is a good choice, because a lot of people didn't have Wii U's. The people that did have Wii U's got to enjoy these great titles, but the Wii U, gotta remember, the Wii U didn't sell well. So a lot of people didn't have Wii U's, meaning that they didn't get to experience these titles. So Nintendo's making up for the fact that people didn't, have Wii U. So they're porting these fantastic games that the Wii U had. The Wii U had a fantastic library. Great games, the best Mario Kart game, in my opinion, the best Smash Brothers game. And they're going to enhance them a little bit and port them into the Nintendo Switch, and that's, bam, a great first-party lineup. And I think that they're really planning this out better than they did the Wii U, obviously, because people didn't really know the Wii U was a separate console, and that's one of the problems. They're really emphasizing that the Nintendo Switch is its own thing, and it's its own big thing that will have a lot of games at launch. So another thing they released was a list of third parties, and they have many third parties that are ready to develop games for the Nintendo Switch, and that already have development kits, and they're really excited about it. And I think that's one of the things that's also really going to help the Nintendo Switch, obviously, is having a third-party family to back you up.
And that's one of the other things Nintendo's kind of stepping up the game with, is obtaining third parties and using them to their full extent. So let's talk about a lot of the other stuff revealed for the Switch that doesn't involve the games themselves. So the Switch is a tablet. We know that. And we know it's portable, and it docks into the TV. And it's got a little stand on the back that you can prop it up with, and you can just kind of sit there on the floor if you want. They showed people in the trailer doing that. And playing with other people with their Switches, propping up your system, and maybe grabbing the Joy-Con controllers and using it as a mini TV. And I think that's really cool. And they also have, many controller possibilities. I already mentioned that. They have the Joy-Con controllers you can use as Wii Remote style controllers. You can actually use them separately from each other. Like you can grab one and turn it sideways, like the Wii Remotes. And they also have traditional, it looks to be more Xbox style than Wii U Pro Controller style, and I think that is really, really interesting. And I think it's a lot better. Even though I really got used to the Pro Controller setup, I do think the 360 has probably the best layout in terms of buttons. And then you can use it like a gamepad, obviously, and then you can kind of hook them up to this other controller. It looks like a piece of toast. I don't really know how to describe it. It looks like it's supposed to be a traditional controller, but it looks like the original Xbox controller. That's probably the best way of putting it. So basically a piece of toast. Nintendo toaster, that's what it is. You pop it out, dock it, get your toast. But anyway, so that was those are the possibilities for playing with it. And going back to the games themselves, the games will be actually put on cartridges. That is, they're going back to cartridges. The handhelds have always used cartridges, the PlayStation Vita and the 3DS, but they're going back to using cartridges on the home consoles themselves. And I think it's a really interesting business move. I can't say how it'll turn out right now, because obviously the release is far from now. But it's interesting. That's all I can say about it. It's interesting, but not too surprising. With the rumors we've been getting, and Nintendo loves the classics. They love to remind us of the fact that, hey, you guys love to be nostalgic. We have your childhoods right here in our pocket. So maybe that's kind of the subliminal message they're trying to send. Like, this is just like the old days. It's just like when you play Mario Brothers on your Nintendo Entertainment System. Maybe that's probably what they're trying to go back to, or it could be that maybe it's just easier. To be honest, you can store more on a card than you can on a disc. So maybe that's probably what they're going for, if you think about it. It's a cartridge. You won't be able to use 3DS cartridges on it, though. I can't remember right off the bat if they said it would be backwards compatible with the Wii U, but since they're porting a lot of their titles to the NX, I don't think it would matter that much if they made the NX or the Nintendo Switch, backwards compatible with the Wii U. But with the Nintendo 3DS, I don't think that will be necessary either, because Nintendo 3DS is an extremely successful piece of hardware, and it doesn't feature a second screen. I guess, like, with the Wii U, you could use, like, the gamepad, and then with the TV, like, that's the top and the bottom screen. But for the Switch, I don't really think that's their focus. It's not really that much of a problem if they don't allow you to use 3DS cartridges with the Nintendo Switch. And going on from that, the cartridges will, like I said before, they store more information. But how will that information be used? Because we already know, Reggie himself said that the Nintendo Switch will not have a focus on graphics and the power of the system. He already said that before, so we can kind of scratch that off as Nintendo Switch, being more powerful than the PlayStation 4 or the Xbox One. It's going to kind of exist on its own, I'm guessing. Nintendo really wants to hammer in the fact that they're separate from these guys, and they're not about the graphical power of the system, more so of what you can do with the system. That's one of the things the trailer really focused on. So, what will the specs of the NX be? Well, it was announced recently that the Nintendo Switch, the controller tablet thingy, will be a 6.2-inch 720p 10-point multi-touch capacitive screen. So it's going to be a touchscreen. So it's going to be basically like a more powerful gamepad, if I could put it that way. But it's not going to be like the gamepad in terms of how it's going to feel. Because you can see it has a matte finish, and that's one of the things I really like about it. I like controllers with a matte finish. You know, like with the GameCube controller and the PlayStation controller, the Xbox One controller. One of the things I didn't really like about the controllers on the Wii and the Wii U was that it was a glossy finish. And you know, fingerprints show up on it. It doesn't really look professional. I guess I could say that. It doesn't really look that professional. I really think the matte finish is the way to go. And that's what they're doing with this. And aside from that, the screen itself is going to be a lot more sensitive. It's going to be like an iPad screen or like a regular tablet screen. It's not going to be like the 3DS and the Wii U where it's, you know, resistant and you can only use one, you can only touch it one place at a time. This is going to be multi-touch sensitive. So you'll be able to use like a tablet, you know, maybe you could zoom in on stuff on the browser by, I can't describe it, but you know how to use a tablet. And then they announced that it's going to have a NVIDIA Tegra chip. It's going to have 4 gigabytes of RAM, which is double that of the Wii U. Now, that's not even close to the amount that the Xbox One and PS4 have, but like Reggie said before, the Nintendo Switch isn't focused on graphical power or the power of the system itself. So we won't see Nintendo struggling to put themselves on par graphics-wise and power-wise with the other systems. They're going to do what they can with what they have. I think that's a smart move. Instead of trying to be like the other guys, they're going to try and be different. But that didn't necessarily work with the Wii U, but they recognized their mistakes with the Wii U, and they're going to try and be different while also using some of the same design choices that other companies use for the Switch in terms of, you know, how they're going to advertise it and the third-party support. I think they're starting to learn from their mistakes from the Wii U this time. So then that brings the question of what happens to Nintendo's existing consoles. We already know, I mean, we can already guess that the Wii U it's dead. I mean, it's going to be taken over completely by the Switch. I think I remember before Nintendo saying something in the beginning of the year that it was going to exist alongside the Wii U, but we all knew that wasn't going to happen, right? The Wii U is dead. It's been dead for a while, and it hurts to say that, actually. I actually do like my Wii U, but the Wii U, it's been dwindling. There's been almost no support for it. The last major release, I think, was Star Fox Zero, and that didn't sell well at all. So the Switch is going to be taking over the territory the Wii U was trying to cover. But will it put the 3DS out of commission? No. Nintendo themselves have stated that the 3DS will continue to exist because, I mean, it's successful. Everyone loves the 3DS, and they're still making new versions of the 3DS with the new 3DS and all. And, you know, it's with both consoles being portable, it's going to be a little hard, you know, to advertise one portable system and also try to bump up sales in another one. So we'll see how Nintendo handles that in the future. But right now, it seems to me that the Nintendo Switch is targeted toward an older audience, and the 3DS will be targeted toward a younger audience. And that was already shown in the trailer, because if you saw in the trailer, there were no kids at all. This is a complete 180 from their previous advertisements that showed basically the entire commercials were just advertised toward kids. And so now they're starting to advertise the Nintendo Switch toward their older audience, and the audience that played, you know, the old games before, and they're older now, and they want to keep playing Nintendo games. And so Nintendo realized that, and so they want to keep those fans. And I think that's a very smart business choice, something that people have been complaining about for years, that Nintendo completely alienates its older fans. And now I think they're trying to get back their older fans, like, hey, we're still here. You can come play us, you know? We remember you guys. And I think that's a good direction, that they have one portable system that can also be played at home, that's targeted toward an older audience, and then 3DS probably targeted toward a younger audience. But that doesn't stop the fact that older people will still play the 3DS and younger people will still play the Nintendo Switch. So they have, at the same time, they will have these competing platforms competing for the attention of their audience. And I can't actually say where that'll go because, I mean, it's an interesting business choice. They wouldn't drop the 3DS right after making the new 3DS. I mean, they made the new 3DS to make the 3DS last a long time, and they're not about to drop that just because of the Switch. So we'll see how that ends up in the future, but right now it doesn't look that bad. 3DS will continue to be popular, I'm sure, but we'll just see how it works out in the future. And speaking of the future, that brings us to our one last point. VR. VR is a growing platform for gaming, and people love it. I haven't tried it myself, and I really want to. It's just so expensive to get into. And with that said, Nintendo knows VR is a growing platform, and they want to get in on that. I'm sure they do anyway. And I think that's one of the things they're probably planning with the Nintendo Switch. There is a possible future for VR on the Nintendo Switch. Probably not portable, but surely when you dock it in. And it's really apparent with their Joy-Con controllers, with how they look kind of like the Vive controllers, the PlayStation Move controllers. Well, not exactly alike, but they're alike in the ways that they're two separate controllers that you can use in each hand and you can use in VR games. That looks like to me one of the things they could be planning. Of course, I could be wrong, but only time will tell. So, wow, that was a lot to talk about just in one trailer. And obviously there's going to be a lot more trailers to come. And man, that's going to be a lot of stuff to analyze in the future. But I'm excited, as you guys are. So, the Nintendo Switch, you got to get used to that, is slated for a March 2017 release window. And it seems to me that they have enough time to hype it. People were wondering if they would have enough time, to hype up excitement for the console so they would have enough sales at launch. But it seems to me that they chose, the end of October, just enough time until the release of the Nintendo Switch for them to really hype it up and get out some advertisements so people know what it is. I don't think they want to repeat the past mistakes of the Wii U. So, no more NX announcements for this year, though. We'll have to wait until 2017. Hopefully, early 2017, probably a couple months before the release, until we get any announcements or any solid news about the system itself. So, that was the Nintendo Switch trailer analysis, and I'm excited. I hope you guys are excited too, because Nintendo was a big part of what got me into gaming. And I don't want to see them fail. No one really wants to see them fail. People complain about them a lot, but no one really wants to see them fail because they just hold so many franchises that are near and dear to our hearts, so we don't want them to go away. I just hope they'll make the right decision this time. So, man, alright, so this was the first episode of the Cube Command podcast, and I'm feeling good about this. I really like getting back into the gaming podcasts. My old gaming podcast, Nintendo Teens, ended a while ago, and I've been wanting to start up something, and I really like this new direction. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of the Cube Command podcast, episode 1, the Nintendo Switch. And you can go ahead and check out my other articles on the Cube Command website, cubecommand.com. That's www.cubecommand.com. You can also check out my YouTube channel, That Guy Antio, where I do gameplay and unboxings. And I also post those videos on Cube Command, so you can check them out there too. You can also listen to me on the Free Stuff Show. Just go to freestuffshow.com and listen to our podcast and also read our blog. So this was episode 1 of the Cube Command podcast. My name is Tommy Savoia. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys later.
I'd like to send you a copy of the official Drink with Rick wine tasting and notebook. This is the official wine tasting notebook for Drink with Rick on the Saturday Night Wine stream. Tasting notes and things like that you can follow along. You can actually do your own wine tastings and put the notes in there It comes in handy for a lot of things. And also, if you're watching the show, you can, follow along and put your own wine tasting notes in there for that. It's whatever you want to do with it. It's fine. This sells on Amazon for $8.99. It's available on Amazon for $8.99. $8.99, not $899. Trust me, there's nothing that I do that's worth $899. People love these things. The official Drink with Rick wine tasting notebook. It's available on Amazon for $8.99.
Up next, it's time to drink with Rick on Savoia TV.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to another exciting Saturday Night Wine Stream and another exciting episode of Drink with Rick. I'm Rick, and tonight, this is the start of Season 5, Episode 201 of the Wine Stream. Season 5 begins tonight, and we're going to start it off with a bang, more or less. A good bang, not a... It's going to be... We've got a lot going on here. And... it's such a show that it is. I'm really excited to be back. We are back, and I'm excited that everyone is back with me as well. We're just going to have a lot of fun tonight. We're going to review a wine, a beer, a cider, and coffee. We're going to review coffee for the first time on the wine stream. It's going to be more of a coffee stream as we get along. And, of course, we have some films to show, video. We've got... some national days to toast, and maybe do some giveaways. If we get folks in the chat, do some giveaways. I hope you'll stick around with me because this is going to be a really fun show. And I'm glad you're here. I'm really glad you're here with me. If you're joining me for the first time, or the 201st time, this is Drink with Rick. This is a stream of consciousness kind of show. I do have my show notes, and they're right here. With me. Now, we don't always follow them verbatim. We get off the beaten path quite a bit because this show is not about me. This show is a little bit about the wine, and tonight, the cider, the beer, and the coffee, not necessarily in that order. But the show is really about you and me getting together on a Saturday night with our favorite snacks, our favorite libations. No matter what you want to drink, it's fine, as long as you're legal to drink it. And just kicking back on a Saturday night, on a spring Saturday night, and just enjoying it with me. That's what it's all about. Now, we don't talk about politics. We don't talk about religion on the show. We talk about things that bring people together, and that's what wine does. It brings people together, and that's what we're doing. Now, you can watch live. I do have some news about some of that later on, but you can watch live on, you can see if I can find it. Let's see if this has been full of glitches tonight. What can I say? Okay, subscribe page. There we go. You can watch live on our Facebook page. It's Drink with Rick. Also on YouTube. YouTube is Drink with Rick. And at Drink with Rick, also on Odyssey. Odyssey is at Drink with Rick, or Drink with Rick in the colon and the number 7, and tonight's episode name. And on the Drink with Rick website, which I'm actually showing you an image of right now. That's the Drink with Rick website at drinkwithrick.com. We're also on Twitch. I haven't forgotten Twitch. We're also on Twitch. Twitch is Drink with Rick 1, Drink with Rick and the number 1. What I have up here is the podcast. If you can't watch now, you can't watch later, you can listen to the podcast anytime on demand on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, TuneIn, Stitcher Radio, Blueberry.com, iHeartRadio, Deezer, Amazon Music, podcastindex.org, and if you click on that little blue button that says by email, go to the subscribe page at drinkwithrick.com, click on the little blue email button, put your email address in there, and you will get the latest episode of Drink with Rick as soon as it drops, and no salesman will call. That's just for getting the show. That's pretty much it. Yeah, we are not on Twitter. There's a story behind that. I'll explain that a little bit later. But first of all, I want to get into the chats and say hi to everyone because it's been way too long. Yeah, my throat's a little dry. It's time for some wine. I haven't had any wine in nearly 6 weeks. So, yeah, can you believe that? No wine in 6 weeks. No alcohol in nearly 6 weeks. I've lost a few pounds, and that was by design. I wanted to have some time to try to get myself back in shape a little bit, and that's what I'm doing. Let's see who's in the chat. What's Up is in the chat. What's Up says season 5, and season 5 is here. What's Up? I hope you're still here. I know we were on a bit of a delay here, and also 69 Mets fan. More drink, more Rick. Thank you, 69 Mets fan. It's great to see you here. Great. What's up? You're still here, and hopefully everybody's here. I don't know what's going on out there. Somebody's shooting off fireworks pretty close by. The neighbors. If you can hear those explosions, those are apparently fireworks going off. The neighbors are having a really loud Saturday night celebration. No doubt we'll probably hear more of that as the show transpires. Oh, man. Okay. Anyway, what else? Hopefully nothing else goes awry tonight. We are already having an issue with Facebook. That's why we're so late getting up tonight. Tom Antio is in the chat. Tom Antio, it's great to see you. And Tom Antio says, I heard that. LOL. Yeah, so did I. Well, I'm going to put on my official Drink with Rick cap. I forgot to do that at the beginning of the show. So now we're all set. All right, so this is what we're doing tonight. Well, let me check the rest of the chats here first. I don't want to forget anyone else. Quiet on Facebook at the moment. I got thrown out of the media studio on Facebook while I was trying to set this up and show it on some other some of my pages here, and for some reason I can't get back into the creator studio here, the live studio anymore, not unless I create a whole new instance of it. Facebook, I don't know. What can I say? It's always Facebook. We are live on Odyssey. Nothing going on there, but thanks for being there if you are watching. And on YouTube, my lovely wife, Chi, is watching on YouTube. She says, fireworks behind us. Yes, we've got fireworks all around. It sounds like it was coming from in front of us, but we have fireworks all around. But it's great to see you here. I've got to show you what she prepared tonight because it's a really, really nice dish. Okay, so here's what we have tonight. This is the wine that we're going to be opening. We're opening St. Giorgio Chianti, and this is an anniversary. It says Anniversario. Familia Castellani, product of Italy. And this is a 2021. Let me read the back here. The back says St. Giorgio, Casa Fondata, nel 1903, 2021. The Castellani family has been making acclaimed wines in Italy for over a century. St. Giorgio Selection celebrates the 120th anniversary of the winery with a line of premium wines. So they've been around since 1903. I guess this is their 120th anniversary. The Chianti, it says here, aromas of bright red cherry and hints of raspberry, black cherry, dried herbs, and a hint of spice on the palate. A perfect match with rich pastas, pizza, and aged cheeses. Bottled by Castellani S.p.A. Pontedera, Italy. Imported by Serenity Imports in Stamford, Connecticut. This is a product of Italy. It's a red wine, and there is 12.5% alcohol by volume in this 750 milliliter bottle of wine. And this is what we're going to pair it with tonight. My lovely wife, Chi, has prepared a nice little dish on a platter that my daughter Tia made just for the show. Here, let me move it this way. There we go. I can't reach. I've got too many things in the way. We have some spaghetti and meatballs prepared by my lovely wife, Chi, which we have for dinner. It's always leftovers, but what can I say? It's great. We have some cheeses over there. We have a Sartori Wheel Espresso. We have a Sartori Wheel Chardonnay, and we have a Munster cheese. And then we have a really nice little, I was not able to take a picture of it before the show, but we have a nice little presentation with a wine glass, it looks like, and an umbrella made, the umbrella is made out of radish, it looks like. I wish I could show this to you. Maybe I can bring it up later and show it to you if it's not, when I clear some of this other stuff off the desk. But that is what we have going on tonight. So, anyway, I want to hear how everyone's doing here in the chat, how you are all doing, what you're drinking or what you're not drinking or what you like to be drinking. And Darwizzy27 is in the chat. Darwizzy says, hey, and hey right back at you. How you doing, Darwizzy? I hope you're having a great evening, and I hope you have something to drink. Tell me what you're drinking, and we can drink together, pretty much virtually, but we can do it together. All right, let me go ahead and get to opening this bottle of wine. And while I'm opening this bottle, let me explain to you what we're going to be doing tonight. We've got a lot going on. We have a lot of national days to toast. Now, I'm going to introduce the wine. We're going to open, pour, taste, and review it. We're going to pair it with some food. We're going to open a beer, and we're going to open a hard cider, and I'm going to show you those in just a little bit, and a coffee. I'm going to try out a coffee machine. I'm going to review a coffee machine that's brand new right here on the show live, and a couple of coffees. And we're going to, what else do we have on this list here? Oh, yeah. Toast some national days, and there are a couple of national days that I have. I think I have one that I have some video for and some images for. We've got a debut of a new channel that I'm going to tell you about as well. It's a project that I got involved in, and it's related to Drink with Rick, pretty much directly related to it. We're also going to read some YouTube comments that I received while I was out during the 6 weeks. Where's my cutter here, my foil cutter? I'm also going to show you a video with some short Super 8 films. It's kind of a tribute to a friend of mine, and that's going to be very interesting. So I think you'll enjoy that. And where's my, oh, here it is, my mechanical corkscrew. Let's do that. What's up says, oh, Darwizzy says sucks was not good. Well, what happened, Darwizzy? I hope it wasn't too bad. And hey, look, hang out with us, and just get in the chats. We'll have a good time, and forget some of your troubles there for a little while. What's up says doing pretty good week. I've got an update from the break. My wife is pregnant with our first child. Wow. What's up says doing pretty good, Rick. Well, congratulations. What's up? Hey, congratulations. That's great. You know what? I'm going to write that down because we're going to toast you and your wife and your new child here. What's up? Congrats. Okay. I've got to make sure I got this on the list here for toast, and I've got it on here. Don't let me forget. So we have, that's a great thing to celebrate. I love celebrating those kinds of things, births and anniversaries and birthdays and all kinds of, here we go. I think I got this almost out. There we go. There's the cork out with the mechanical corkscrew. And I did remember the aerator tonight. Oh, the coffee, got to move that out of the way. That's for later. Okay, the aerator's in place with not much displacement. And of course, to hold the grape nectar, I have my genuine Galway Irish crystal glass given to me by my employers at buy2wayradios.com. So we're going to pour a little bit of wine into the glass. We're going to pour just a little bit for starters. I have cut back on a lot of that. I didn't have any alcohol during the last 5 or 6 weeks. So this is the first time I've actually had some wine pretty much since the show, season 4 ended, and we did the 200th episode. So I'm going to go ahead and let me get an official Drink with Rick coaster. And if you hang around, and I'll tell you how to get a pair of these. If you don't have a pair of these already, you can get a pair of these free. All right, let's give it a really, really good swirl. All right, that's good. And I'm going to set this aside for just a minute, let it breathe and open up. Then we'll learn a little bit more about this wine. But first I want to get into the chats because it's been so long, and I want to know what everybody else is up to. And What's Up says, thanks, Rick. Baby boy due in October. Wow. Well, we're definitely going to celebrate that. That is great. What's Up says, I had orange wine for the first time 2 weeks ago. It was interesting. Orange wine. I have heard of it. I have not tried it, but if you tell me, if you put in the label or whatever, the type of orange wine, I would be interested in trying it out. Let me know what it was, and let me see if I can get a hold of a bottle of it. And my mouth is dry. I haven't had any wine for too long. All right, quiet everywhere else, and YouTube. It did get quiet out there after they initially started firing the fireworks off, but it's a little quiet at the moment. Hopefully it'll stay that way for the rest of the evening. Wow, the neighbors were really loud last night. They were celebrating something. I think someone graduated from school or something. It's about the time of the year, and I think they were really celebrating. Anyway, so the St. Giorgio Chianti. I did not find a lot of this online. I went looking around for it. There was not a lot to find. Pretty much the only place I found information on this wine on was Total Wine. And guess where I bought this bottle? That's what it says on the receipt anyway. Total Wine. So let me tell you what they have. Apparently it gets 4 stars or 4.1 stars out of 19 reviews out of 5 stars. And here's the thing about when you go to the actual website for the company selling the product. Not always, but as a general rule, there are exceptions, but as a general rule, I usually don't trust the ratings and the reviews on that are on the site for the actual manufacturer, the actual producer, and in this case, the wine, because you never really know how many of them are real, how many of them fake. If they kind of curate through those and just kind of cherry pick what they want to make them look good, you just never know. Now, there are some exceptions. There are some sites, there are some companies that don't do this, that give fair and honest reviews. Some of them are connected with certain third-party review companies that handle the reviews for them, so they really don't mess with that, and they can give honest reviews. Our company, as a disclaimer, our company at Buy Two-Way Radios, we're one of those companies that does that. We do have a couple of sets of reviews. We have one that's done from our website and one that's done from a third party, but we don't do that with the reviews. People post the reviews, good or bad, indifferent or whatever. We post them. We just post them as is because we want to be ethical about it, and them to be honest. And we also want to make sure that if they don't like the product or they have an issue with the product, that we can look at that and review it ourselves and take it to heart, and so that we can try to improve the products and improve the overall customer experience. So the reviews are very, very important to us, good or bad, and indifferent. So we don't cherry pick the reviews. We let them through and let folks decide for themselves. So anyway, that's what we've got. So I'm looking at this. I went off. See, that's my stream of consciousness going. Let's drink some wine. Let me tell you what we've got here. This, according to the website here, Total Wine, they basically just pretty much kind of paraphrase what's on the bottle here. So, and it's from the appellation's Chianti. The wine type is a red wine. It's a red blend. It's a varietal red blend. It is 12% ABV, and we're going to try it out right now. Let me just double check and see. Yeah, it gets some pretty decent ratings. People seem to like this, so we'll give it a try here. Let's get a whiff. And right off the bat, cherry on the nose. Red cherry. Let's give it a taste. rather smooth for a Chianti. I'm very familiar with Chiantis. I have a lot of Chiantis, and Chiantis are, wow, this is somewhat smooth for the Chianti. I'm going to have just a little bit more of this. It is, as the website says, it is medium-bodied, and it has some tannins, but the tannins are not overly powerful. They're very light tannins. They're very smooth tannins, actually. And yeah, I would agree that it is somewhat elegant. It's interesting. Let me have another taste of this. Wow. See, this is what it is. This is what the bottle is. And looking at the bottle, I mean, 120th anniversary. Wow. That's something. So I'm getting some red cherry. I'm getting a few herbs in there, but I'm also getting some raspberry in there. Looks like I'm getting some raspberry. Wow, these tannins are smooth. I wasn't quite expecting that. Chiantis, they've got some, there's a slight hint of sourness to it, but it's not like it's a bad thing at all. It's kind of like a nice little tinge at the end as it goes down. It has a fairly decent finish. It's not overly long. It's not overly short. It's just a nice smooth finish. And overall, this is actually a pretty easy drinking Chianti, I would have to say. It's a very easy drinking Chianti. Not overly, not overly tannic at all, or smoky or anything like that. It's a little, maybe just a little hint of oak in there, not much. Actually, I'm not getting any oak at all anymore. It kind of tasted like at the very beginning, but not really at all anymore. So, yeah, very, very smooth wine. 2021, huh? Wow, that's nice. All right. Well, I'm liking it so far. I'm liking this Chianti so far. Let's see. Let's go back to chat for just a moment before we do a tasting. And 69 Mets fan, it says, I'm going to Italy next week on my honeymoon. Any wine recommendations I should check out? Wow, there are a lot of Italian wines that are worth checking out there. Wow, you're going to Italy for your honeymoon. Wow, congratulations. Okay, honeymoon, let me see. Okay, we got to write that down too. 69 Mets fan gets, we get a toast on that too. Honeymoon. I love weddings. I really do. I haven't been to one for a while. We're hoping to go to one later on in the year. It's been a while since I've been to one. Too long, actually. That's great. To Italy. That's a great place for a honeymoon, actually. To tour Rome and those areas. Give me a little bit and I can come up with a few wines here that... actually, I tell you what, this one's pretty good. St. Giorgio, this is actually pretty good. I would recommend, there are a lot of Chiantis I would recommend, but you know what? I'd recommend this one so far. I mean, we haven't gotten down to the bottle yet, but I would definitely recommend it. Yeah, this is pretty nice. It's and I'm not just saying that because I haven't had any wine for 6 weeks. I've gone on dry spells before and opened up a bottle of wine, and then it turned out like, you know what? I think I wanted a couple more weeks off the wine. But this one is good. I like it. Let's see what else we got going on in the chats. All right, we're kind of up to speed now. 69 Mets fan says, good to know. I live in Stanford, so that wine being good is a plus. Yeah, I like it. I like this very much. I'll tell you what, though. I think it's time to do the pairing with the food. Let me move this over. I'm going to move a couple things over. I've got beers and everything else waiting in the wings, coffee. Let me see if I can grab a hold of this. Here we're going to go to camera 3. I'm going to pull this just off camera a little bit because spaghetti gets messy. Spaghetti gets messy. And I'm going to... Whoop, wrong camera. All right, let's try a little bit of spaghetti meatball. Now, according to the bottle, as it said on the back of the bottle there, according to the bottle, it's supposed to go great with a perfect match, it says, with rich pastas, pizza, and aged cheeses. Now, I don't have any pizza on me, but I do have some pasta and with meatball and a lot of what we call, when you go to Italy, 69 minutes film, when you go to Italy, when they refer to the pizza sauce, the tomato sauce, a lot of the old school Italians call it gravy. That's what it's called, gravy. My Aunt Connie used to have her own recipe for gravy. I'm usually pretty good at twirling this on my fork. Not so much tonight. And I haven't had that much wine yet. Here, let me help help along with my finger. There. Oh, this is going to be messy. Oh my goodness. Let's try a little pasta. Of course, it's cold now because it's been sitting up for half an hour. Good. Great spaghetti, by the way. Meatballs are great. That's how it pairs with the wine. Oh, wow. I like that. Now, I mentioned that it's just a tinge of sour at the end, in the back of the throat. It's kind of magnifies it just a little bit with the pasta. Well, not the pasta, excuse me, the sauce. The sauce, the tomato sauce, which has a little bit kind of a sweet and sour kind of thing to it. This kind of magnifies that sour aspect a little bit. It's not bad. It's not a bad kind of sour. I mean, it's a good. No, I like sour anyway, to a point. But this is a good kind of sour. This is really one that kind of accentuates the food, works with the wine. I like this. It's a good pairing with the wine. I'd like to try it with the meatball on its own. Let's try it with just the meatball because I don't really have anything with meats per se, except the meatball. I'll try this. And this should be pretty interesting. Let's try it. Yeah, once again, it's very smooth, works well with the meatball, and it's not really that, it's not a spicy meatball per se. It's not too spicy. It's a nice meatball. It goes pretty well with the meatball. So far, I'm really liking this wine and this pairing. I'm going to clear the palate a little bit. I can find my, here we go. Yeah, I've got a lot going on here. Clear the palate. And let's go back. Now I'm not on camera 3 anymore, but I've got the plate here in front of me. Let's try it. It's probably safer here anyway than trying to reach over across the desk. Let's try it with this cheese. This is a Sartori Wheel Espresso cheese, and this is what my lovely wife Chi picked up at Trader Joe's, I believe. I think it was Trader Joe's. Was it Trader Joe's, Chi? Now this is a hard cheese, which should work well with this Chianti. Very interesting. Once again, the wine actually helps the cheese a little bit more. I was tasting the cheese in my mouth a little bit. Not really my first choice for a cheese, but it's not a bad cheese. But the wine actually helps it. Actually, kind of sweetens it a little bit, makes it better. I like that. I like that very much. What's Up says, your wife's food arrangements are always great, but I am really digging the cup and radish umbrella. Well, thanks. You know, I was going to show this to you up close, but let me get a close-up shot if I can do it without without doing something to the whole plate here. But yeah, isn't that wild? That's pretty amazing. I like that. So the drink with you've got the umbrella the umbrella is made out of radish. I'm not sure what the cup is made out of. It's a cocktail.
She even has the straw. Now the straw is real. Everything else is edible. So, and I think that I think that's from her. I think that's calamansi. It's from her. She has a calamansi tree, and she grows calamansi, and that's from her tree. Really, really great stuff. Well, thank you. What's up? Appreciate it. I know Chi appreciates it. So let's go back, and I've got to clear my throat a little bit. All right. Let's try it with, what do we have here? In the middle, the middle has a Sartori Wheel Chardonnay. This is in the middle. It's a Sartori Wheel Chardonnay. So we're going to try that. Oops, wrong camera again. Sartori Wheel Chardonnay. So this is Chardonnay. Might go better with a Chardonnay. It kind of tastes a little bit like Chardonnay. Yeah. Has that little bit of buttery consistency to it. That was interesting. Not bad. But although I'd kind of like to try it with an actual Chardonnay wine. I would like to see how that pairs with a Chardonnay. But it's not bad. It's not bad. I think I would prefer it though with the other cheeses. What's the other cheese we have here? We've got a Munster. That's a little bit of softer cheese. We'll see how that works. Clearing the palate once again. Now I'm back on camera 1 because I've got the plate over here away from camera 3, and let's try it with the Munster. Try it with the Munster cheese. There we go. This is the Munster cheese. Go back camera 2. Here we go. Munster cheese. Cheese. I like a good Munster cheese. Yeah. Pretty decent with the Munster, although I think it goes better with the harder cheeses than the soft cheeses. This would probably be okay with a mozzarella. Actually, it's not bad. It's pretty decent. It's not bad at all. Let me set this back over here onto camera 3 so we can reference it later. I think for the time being, for the most part, I think that'll do it for the pairing, so to speak. Of course, once the pairing's done, it's on to other things, like more wine. I don't want to overdo the wine tonight because I have a beer and a cider, and then to sober up, I have a coffee, or a couple of coffees actually, over here. So let's get to the festivities, because that's what we're really here for, right? The wine reviews. Okay, we've done the wine reviews. Let's get to the festivities. Time's a wasting. Let's go back to Facebook for just a moment, see how things are doing there. And Chi says cup is yellow carrot. Okay, so that's what the cup is made of. It's a yellow carrot. Let me bring that back over here for just a minute. The risk of messing it up. But the cup is a yellow carrot. Believe it or not, that's what we're looking at here. Yellow carrot. We got a calamansi, I think, for lime. We have a little bit of lettuce there for another kind of garnish, and we have the radish for the umbrella, and the straw, which is not edible, but I've been told everything else is. What about the umbrella? Whatever's holding up the umbrella, is that edible too? It looks like a toothpick, so I assume not. But and Chi, what's up? Chi says thank you, what's up? And she really does appreciate it. Appreciate the kind words on that. Yeah, we are on. Not everyone can see. For those of you who are just tuning in and are on one of the chats, not everyone can see what everyone else is posting on the chat, and this is because we're multi-streaming on multiple platforms. And I did say that we are also streaming on the website, but I just found out that I forgot to take tonight's post out of draft. So it's still waiting in draft status. I did publish it just now, so we are live. All right, we are live there on the website. My apologies to those who went to the website and who could not see the post. It's there now. This has just been one set of glitches after another. Okay. Anyway, so, and I'll tell you, there's something to this. I'll explain why. If it seems like I'm not totally prepared tonight, I tried to be, but there is a reason for it. And it's not like I'm going to blame it on that per se, but yeah, that has a lot to do with it. But I'll explain it later on. I did tell you, I did forget to tell you what I paid for this wine at Total Wine. This is what we're drinking, by the way. I did tell you that I was going to get into that, and I forgot. But this is what I have, the receipt in front of me from Total Wine. And for this 750 milliliter bottle of Chianti, the St. Giorgio Chianti, $9.99. $9.99 is what I paid for it. And that's pretty much what it has on their website, $9.99. So I paid pretty much the going rate. And I couldn't find anywhere else except Total Wine. So if you don't have Total Wine in your area, you may be able to find it somewhere, wherever you are. I'm pretty sure it's available in Italy because it came from Italy, unless it's something that in Italy they export only. But a lot of the wines generally that are exported, they're available in Italy from what I've been told. So I don't think you'll have too much trouble if you're going to be visiting Italy anytime soon. That I don't think you're going to have too much trouble finding it. At least, maybe you can visit the winery. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind taking a trip to the winery. That's one of the really cool things about going to Italy and some of these other countries where these wines come from, is you can go take a winery tour, tour the wineries and sample them yourselves and see that. That would be my recommendation. If you want to really enjoy your honeymoon, take your significant other on a winery tour, or a few winery tours. Kind of do the circuit there in Italy, because the Italians are really proud of their winemaking. They're really proud of their wineries, their wines, and it is a matter of national pride for Italy, just as it is for France. The French are very proud of their wines. They take great pride in them, and it is a national kind of a national pride. So there's something to do. Go tour the winery and sample a number of different wines. I think that would be a great idea for the honeymoon. So, what do we have going on next? Oh yes, I'm going to check the chats here just a minute. Let's go back to Facebook. So what happened tonight was I was supposed to start on time. We started about 20 minutes late. I was just about ready to start on time and ready to go. And then we had the bars and tone up there. I was just about to cut off of that. And I said, I've got to share it with a couple of my Facebook pages. It did not want to happen the way I wanted it to happen. Facebook gave me a lot of trouble with it. And in the end, it kicked me out of the Facebook creator studio, media studio, whatever they call it, the live studio, and I couldn't get back in. So, and of course, everything in the process, everything didn't go where, I wasn't being able to share it everywhere where I was going to be able to share it to. So it is on the Drink with Rick page, but it's really nowhere else. I think one of the podcast groups has it, but not anywhere else really. It's Facebook again. But I do have. I want to read some comments here. I'm going to read a few as we go along through the show. There's some comments here from YouTube, which I really am grateful for all those who've been watching on YouTube all this time. YouTube has given me really the fewest problems of any of these platforms, YouTube and Twitch. Twitch has been pretty reliable. YouTube too. I've got one from, let me go back, Sand Spartan D09, I think it's D09. Sand Spartan says, great video, just bought the wine myself, and he's talking about the B by Fonbade Bordeaux. That was one of the, trying to remember which episode number it was, but it was one that we reviewed not too long ago, the B by Fonbade. That was a Bordeaux wine that I really liked. I really enjoyed that wine. And he said, great video, just bought the wine myself, and apparently he's liking the wine, so he appreciated that. Also, Sandra said she was responding to the Seven Sicilians 2021 Red Blend that we did just a few episodes before the 200th episode. I think it was just 2 or 3 episodes before that. And she said, loving this Seven Sicilians. She went out and bought a bottle of it to try it out, and she really enjoys the wine as well. That was another one that I really liked that I thought was very good, the Seven Sicilians. That's another Italian wine. And Kenny is also responding to the B by Fonbade Bordeaux tasting review episode. And he goes, this was great. This is my new comfort series. Appreciate you, Rick. Well, Kenny, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Because really, you make the show. Everyone here on the show is part of it, and you make that show. I mean, I'm just here to entertain you and just kind of get the conversation going, but you're the ones who make the show. It's your show. Paul is also responding to B by Fonbade Bordeaux. Apparently, this was a really good episode. People like this episode a lot. I've had a number of really good comments on it. Paul says this is the second wine by Chateau Fonbade in Piolec. And unlike the first estate version, this is Cabernet Franc forward and equal amounts of Cabernet Sauvignon and Merlot. Yeah, and thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. That's some good information there on that. And Kane, is Kane here tonight? He might be in later. I don't know. But Kane, he's responding to the Camus. This was the 200th episode, Camus Vineyards 2020 Cabernet Sauvignon. Kane says, what are your walkie-talkies called? I know someone really into them. That's from Kane. And Kane, a great question. And it depends. Well, I have a number of different walkie-talkies. None of them are on the desk at the moment, but I have, I think the one that I picked up was a GMRS walkie-talkie, I think is what I showed off last week. And also, I gave away 1 or 2 of the weather radios as well. But the GMRS walkie-talkie, you kind of need a license for that. It's easy to get. You just buy a license and you're on the air. It's $35 for the license, and it's good for 10 years, and it covers the entire family. Entire family can use that GMRS license, and it's great for a lot of people. Use it for all kinds of things, but they're used a lot by families and fishing, hunting, going cross country, and a lot of off-roaders are using it now, and a lot of people who like to go camping and all kinds of outdoor activities. They were great for some farmers, family farms. People who have family farms use GMRS radios across their farm. So it's a lot of uses for that. So I can get more into the walkie-talkies later if everybody wants to hear more about the walkie-talkies. I know I'm talking to a diverse crowd, so I don't want to spend too much time on one particular thing. But there's a lot to the walkie-talkies. You've got I could talk all night about the walkie-talkies. I don't think everybody wants to hear all about that. Unless you do, drop your comments into the chat and let me know. I can talk more about the walkie-talkies if you like. Okay, so anyway, where were we? Okay, we've got the wine. We've got some more tastings to do. And I think maybe in a little bit we can switch gears and do that. Before we do, I think it's time. I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I think it's time to toast the national days. What do you think? It's time for some national days because we have a few to toast. We're going to go along pretty quickly with them. But we've got the national days here and ready. I'm ready to toast them if you are. Everybody have a glass. Let me pull up the fireworks. Oh, no, excuse me. We don't use fireworks for that, do we? We use this. This is what we use to toast the national days, the wine bottles. Let's toast some national days. All right, well, today, Saturday, May 6, 2023, is National Play Outside Day. Of course, the first Saturday of every month is National Play Outside Day. Do we really need to toast that? I don't know. I know the neighbors have been playing outside with firecrackers, fireworks, no doubt. It's a National Play Outside Day. It's, oh boy, you won't believe this. Today is National No Diet Day. Yes, today is National No Diet Day, May 6th. And isn't that apropos, because today I've been on a diet for the last 5 or 6 weeks. I have lost a few pounds. I don't really want to gain it back, and I'm trying not to, but I kind of feel like I'm kind of blowing my diet tonight with all of this that we're doing. So apparently we're celebrating International No Diet Day. So I'll drink to that. International No Diet Day. For tomorrow we fast. It's also National Fitness Day. First Saturday in May is National Fitness Day. Here we got National No Diet Day, and then we have National Fitness Day. Well, there's something. Here's a National Fitness Day. I'll drink to that. Also today was Kentucky Derby Day. Kentucky Derby Day. That's the first Saturday in May, and I did pull up the results of the Kentucky Derby earlier, and some horse won the Kentucky Derby. I didn't really keep up with it much this year, but I do kind of check up on that every year from time to time. But I didn't watch it this year, and I pulled up the results just briefly because I was really busy working on the show here. And I really forgot the name of the horse. If anybody remembers, just pop it in the chat, and then we can reminisce about this. The winner here, whoever won the Kentucky Derby. I did hear though that there were like 7 horses that died over the last couple of weeks, and I don't know if that was all as a result of prepping for the Kentucky Derby or whatever, but that was kind of a record for the number of horses that had passed away, that died leading up to the Kentucky Derby. So that's what I heard. But I heard that that was not good. If Glenn's in the chat, if Glenn stops in, he can probably fill us in on what's going on, the details on that. Glenn the Geek, my good friend Glenn, who runs the Horse Radio Network. HRN, the Horse Radio Network, and I had the pleasure of being on one of his shows once. He interviewed me on Horses in the Morning sometime back, and we were talking about wine. A lot of horse lovers, a lot of people that are breeding and working with horses. They're wine drinkers. Not unexpected. But Glenn, if you're out there, maybe you can pop in and tell us a little bit about what happened in the Kentucky Derby this year. That'd be great. Fill us in on that. Anyway, that's Kentucky Derby Day. Yeah, we'll drink to that. It's also National Bombshells Day. First Saturday in May is National Bombshells Day. It's also Join Hands Day. First Saturday in May is May 1st. Usually the first one in May is Join Hands Day. That's all about joining hands and working together and singing together and in unison, just being just all around caring about one another. It's also National Crepe Suzette Day. And guess what we had for breakfast this morning? Gee, did you know it was Crepe Suzette Day? Because we had crepes for breakfast this morning. National Crepe Suzette Day. I'll drink to that. And Join Hands Day. I'm trying to consolidate this a little bit because I don't want to overdo the wine tonight. It's also National... It's also National Beverage Day. Today, did you know this? Anybody here in the chats, did you know that today is National Beverage Day? It is National Beverage Day, and in honor of National Beverage Day, well, we're having beverages. Lots of beverages. National Beverage Day, I will drink to that. It's also National Home Brew Day. For those who like to make their own beer, if you like to brew your own beer, brew your own wine, your own ciders, whatever, it's National Home Brew Day, and I will drink to that. And Mark, Kathy, if you're watching now or later, here's to you. They make a lot of their own wine. I'll drink to that. First Saturday in May is also National Scrapbook Day. And it's National Lemon Day. Sunday is National Lemonade Day. I had some lemon juice or lemon water last night. It's part of my diet. But we have a couple of big ones here. A couple of big days to toast. Gee, you still in the chat? This one's for you. This one's for you. This is today, May 6th. Did you know, Chi? I'm sure you knew. Today is National Nurses Day. That's right, National Nurses Day. This is the day that we honor our nurses, our RNs, and everywhere. And let me tell you something about National Nurses Day. And once again, all of these, as I mentioned many times before, all of these national days are courtesy of nationaldaycalendar.com. Nationaldaycalendar.com is Marlo Anderson's website. He's the CEO, and he does a great job of curating these national days and putting them all together. I'm going to read something directly from nationaldaycalendar.com about National Nurses Day because this is courtesy of nationaldaycalendar.com. National Nurses Day is observed annually on May 6th. On this day, we raise awareness of all nurse contributions and commitments and acknowledge the vital role nurses play in society. This day is also the first day of National Nurses Week and is sometimes known as National RN Recognition Day. Now, this is a week that begins May 6th, ends on May 12th. And why does it end on May 12th? That is because it's the birthday of Florence Nightingale. And if you're familiar with the name Florence Nightingale, she was a nurse. She was a celebrated nurse and a social reformer, and she was also a statistician, and she's considered the founder, not the father of. She was a lady. She was considered the founder of modern nursing. Now, she was taking care of the wounded soldiers during the Crimean War. This was around the turn of the century, and last century, not this century. But she was dubbed the Lady with the Lamp because of her habit of making rounds at night with the lamp. That was Florence Nightingale. Once again, this information is courtesy of nationaldaycalendar.com. Thank you, Marlo. And Florence Nightingale, celebrated nurse, the founder of modern nursing. And this is to RNs, to nurses everywhere on National Nurses Day, including my wife, Chi. My lovely wife, Chi, is an RN. She is a nurse. She's been in for decades. She has been in the nursing, and she's been in the medical industry for a long, long time. She's very knowledgeable, and she takes care of me and our children. Here's to National Nurses Day, and here's to my lovely wife, Chi, who is an RN. Thank you very, very much for your contributions. And I will drink to that again because I can. Here's to National Nurses Day, and to my lovely wife, Chi. Thank you for everything you do. Nurses are very, very important, and they're in very short supply right now. So, by the way, I mentioned National Home Brew Day. This is coming from nationaldaycalendar.com. Every year, the American Homebrewers Association holds the Big Brew to celebrate the practice of home brewing by bringing home brewers together to make the same official recipes for side-by-side competition. I did not know this, but I did know that there is a lot of there are sommeliers for wine aficionados. There are professional beer tasters. There are professional beer tasters, believe it or not. They are out there. It's a real thing. And you can get certified for being a beer taster. Did you know that? You can be certified for being a beer taster. 69 Mets fan says, is wine a beverage? Absolutely it is a beverage. Beverage is really typically classified as anything you drink. It is a beverage. What's Up says, let's see AI replace that job. Nurses, yes. Oh, wow, we can get really into the weeds on AI. That's a whole nother... Maybe we can do a whole show about that next week. That would be interesting, because we could do a show about AI. Not that I want to bore half the audience, but you know what? It's becoming more and more important to all of us. And going forward, What's Up, you're right. It is an important topic, and it's becoming more important all the time now that AI is becoming smarter and smarter. It seems like technology is just advancing so fast. We can't keep up with this anymore, and it's people are worried about AI replacing their jobs, replacing their careers. That's a very real concept. Yes, it is. So, that's a good topic for a show. Do a one-show topic on that. What do you think about that? What's Up says, I meant beer tasters. Oh, let's see, I replaced that job for beer tasting. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, let's see, AI replace beer tasters. Yeah, okay, that's even... that makes it all the funnier, actually. AI replacing beer tasters. We laugh. Yes, we laugh now. There's a line in there's a line in a movie. It's Buckaroo Banzai, and there's a line that goes to laugh it up, funny boy. He's Dr. Lizardo, I think is his name. And the guy's laughing at him. He says, "Oh, laugh it up now, funny boy." And because he's basically warning him, like, "Yeah, you're just now, but just wait till everything comes to fruition, and everything hits the fan, and you won't be laughing then." So we can never say never, right? About the beer tasting. I hope that doesn't happen. I think once AI gets into beer tasting and wine tasting, I think it's all over. I think it's pretty much all. We're done. I've been wearing that hat during this thing. It's killing my my blue screen back there. All right, where was I? Okay, we have a couple more national days to toast. I'm just checking the chats first. My lovely wife Chi says, "Yes, I know it's Natural Nurses Day." That was a typo on her part. It says national, I meant. But yeah, and it's Natural Nurses Day. My wife is a natural nurse. She really is. She is. It comes by her naturally. It's like it's in her blood. It's in her heart and soul. Natural nurse. All right, so where was I? Okay, let's finish up the national day so we can get on to more fun. All right, so we did the National Nurses Day, right? Yes, we did. Okay, so we've got a couple more national days here. Today, not for much longer, but today is National Start Seeing Monarchs Day. It's National Start Seeing Monarchs Day. Isn't that kind of coincidental, though? Because it's not talking about monarchs like the monarchy, like royalty. They're talking about monarch butterflies. But wasn't this also the coronation of? Yeah, we had a coronation today in England, and we didn't. England did. Great Britain did, and so I guess we could say it Start Seeing Monarchs Day in the actual sense of monarchy. I guess we gotta, it's in every sense of the word, I guess. All right, so let me show you what we've got for National. I got some photos here for National Start Seeing Monarchs Day. Okay, My kids, Tia and Tommy, when they were young, they used to grow and hatch monarch butterflies. We had a little butterfly garden. This is part of our little butterfly garden here, and they used to. We had some plants there that specifically attracted monarch butterflies, and they would go in and harvest the I want to say harvest, but they would collect some of the caterpillars that were there that were attracted to the plants, and from there they would and here's another shot of them collecting looking for the caterpillars, and from there they would hatch butterflies. And this is one of the monarch butterflies that was newly hatched on one of their hatchings. They've done 2 or 3 of them. They've done a few of them. We have the butterfly garden, and this was one that had just hatched, and we took it outside and put it on the plant there, and it was still dry. That's why it looks so bold. The colors look so bold there on the butterfly. It had just been hatched, and it was still a little wet, and it was just drying its wings. It takes a while to dry its wings, and it'll just sit there for a while and then start flapping its wings, and then when it's ready, it'll fly away. Pretty cool. We learned a lot of things about butterflies, and this is my daughter Tia with one of the monarch butterflies. She was enjoying that. Beautiful, beautiful butterflies. They're really, really beautiful creatures, and they don't live that long. But they're beautiful creatures. Butterflies are. Anyway, here's to. I've got to get my. Here we go. Here's to National Start Seeing Monarchs Day. I will drink to that. And let's see. Oh, we've got one more national day to toast. Everybody ready? We've got a video for this one. Excuse me. For those of you who are familiar with what Tommy and I do sometimes and what we've done in the past with the Free Stuff Show and things like that, one of our big events every year was Free Comic Book Day. Today is Free Comic Book Day for another 36 minutes. But every year on Free Comic Book Day, that's where the big comic book manufacturers go out and give away. They'll make limited edition comic books just for the day, and they'll have some regular comic books, and they'll take them around to all comic book stores, and the comic book stores will hold Free Comic Book Day where you can go in and get free comics. They have a number of comics there that you can get for free. And it's really cool. It was originally set up to raise awareness of comics and kind of get more people into comic book stores and buying comics and things like that. But it has turned into an annual tradition over the years. And in honor of, let me go back here to the chat for just a minute because we've got folks in the chat. And I don't want to miss anybody. We've got first-time chat from Partisan Rejoy. Partisan Rejoy is in the chat, and thanks for stopping in. And actually, he is. What's up? Says, "Hey, Partisan Rejoy, can I borrow some money?" Okay, yeah, all right. He's spamming the chat. Yeah, we got a spammer in the chat. I do call him out sometimes. Spamming the chat. Thank you very much, Partisan Rejoy. Spamming his I get those things all the time, particularly on some of the Facebook groups where we do our podcasts, and people in the some of these guys get in there and say, "Oh, I can promote your podcast on iTunes," and I'm like, "No, you can't, because first of all, you're way behind the times because it's not called iTunes. It hasn't been called iTunes for several years." Second, if you've got to go into a podcast group and promote your thing about promoting podcasts on iTunes, you have no idea what you're doing. I don't need that kind of promotion. So I've called a few of them out before, and I've said, "Hey, how long have you been podcasting? Since you're such an expert in promoting podcasts." I'm not going to entertain that right now. I'm really not. Anyway, so what's up? Good comeback. Thanks. I'm going to parse some money. Let them roll. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, not going to let them spoil our fun tonight. Okay, so anyway, this is Free Comic Book Day. What's that says? I got a kid on the way. I can use it. Oh boy, that's a good one. What's up? Actually, that's true. I mean, when you've got a kid on the way, you can always use the extra cash. Go get him. What's up? Anyway, where was I? All right, so let me get back my thing there. All right, so Free Comic Book Day. I want to toast Free Comic Book Day because that's always really cool. Here's the Free Comic Book Day. And in honor of Free Comic Book Day, I have a video for Free Comic Book Day. And this one is a tribute to Free Comic Book Day, actually. It's just a little, explains what it's all about. It's just a short video, but here is Free Comic Book Day review, our review of Free Comic Book Day. Here you go.
Hi, I'm Rick.
And I'm Tommy from thefreestuffshow.com.
And this is Free Comic Book Day. Free Comic Book Day is a popular event for families across the United States. On the first Saturday of every May, comic and sci-fi stores around the country hand out free comic books to the public.
It's an event that brings friends and family together to celebrate one thing, comic books. Not just any comic books either. These are editions printed exclusively for Free Comic Book Day that are handed out only once.
That's right. You can expect to see special prints from almost all of your favorite comic book publishers, including Marvel, DC, Dark Horse, Bongo, Archie, and much more. The important thing is that there's something here for everyone.
Don't get carried away though. Depending on the store, you may be limited to only a few issues so that there are enough to go around.
Some stores will only allow you as much as 1 to 3 comics, but others may allow you to make off with one of each available. It really depends on the location. Of course, what matters is not the quantity of free comics, but the fact that you're able to enjoy the excitement with fans everywhere, young and old.
That doesn't mean it's wrong to try and maximize your haul. If you and some friends are eager to get a taste of everything that there is to offer, suggest each person pick different issues. This will ensure that you have a variety.
Another tip is to visit multiple stores and pick different comic books at each one. This works well if you may be making the trip alone. Of course, if you're not alone, it still doesn't hurt to try.
There is always a substantial turnout each year. Sometimes there are lines spanning the entire store, even going out the door. That's a lot of comic book lovers.
If you want to make sure your picks are available, get there early. If you want to be even more prepared, you can always visit the Free Comic Book Day website before the event. They have a complete list of every comic that will be available at www.freecomicbookday.com.
Comic books aren't the only thing to be excited about. At some locations, they hand out other free goodies such as posters or pins. Some comic book stores feature artists and cartoonists that will set up shop to advertise their work. It's a great opportunity to meet some new people with great talent in your area.
It doesn't matter if you're interested in comic books or not. As we've mentioned before, the point of Free Comic Book Day is to bring friends and family together with something that is accessible to all ages. You never know. You might even find a new interest in comic books.
But if you don't, there isn't any loss. After all, they're free, and you can't beat free. This has been a review of Free Comic Book Day. You can access this and other reviews at our website at thefreestuffshow.com.
You can also subscribe to our podcast at thefreestuffshow.com or at iTunes, Blueberry.com, Stitcher Radio, and Google Play. I'm Rick.
And I'm Tommy.
Thanks for watching. That is our Free Comic Book Day review video. There you go. A classic. We run it every year for Free Comic Book Day. Anyway, so I did toast Free Comic Book Day, didn't I? Okay, well, I guess that does it for the national days, pretty much. But we are going to toast. I've got a couple of toasts here that I wrote down that I think we're going to toast now. Let me turn on the fireworks, because I think that's appropriate for this one. I first want to toast What's Up. What's Up? This is for you. A toast to What's Up. Congratulations on the arrival of your first child. October, right? October of this year. Anyway, congratulations to you and your spouse and the little one on the way. Here's to you. Congratulations. Also, not meaning to pry, but did you do a gender reveal or anything like that? Not that but you don't know if it's going to be a boy or a girl or anything, but it's okay. You don't have to say. It's all good. But I know some folks they're really excited about saying that, and others are not, so I just thought I'd ask. But it's all good. Anyway, congratulations. And by the way, you can clip this too if you want. Here's to What's Up and his wife and their child, the new child, the new one on the way. Here's to you. Congratulations. What's Up says, we told people as we told them we were expecting. All one reveal. Okay. That's fine. That's all one reveal. What else? Oh yeah, we've got one more. One more. So this is for 69 Mets fan. 69 Mets fan, you are going on a honeymoon? Getting married? Here's to 69 Mets fan and his significant other. Let's go ahead and congratulate them on their marriage and their trip to Italy. You're going to Italy, right? Italy, and on your honeymoon? Wow. Congratulations. Congratulations. And I'll toast you again if you want. You can clip that as well. Congratulations. 69 Mets fan. With that, I think I'll give the wine a little bit of a rest because we've got some more. We have some more alcohol to look at, to try, to taste. And X86BSD is in the chat as well. Did I miss you before? X86, great to see you here, by the way. Thank you for being here. It's great that you're here. And Darwizzy, I know I've still got you on my mind here. I hope you're having a better evening now, Darwizzy, because he said that Darwizzy said it was not the week hadn't been good this week, and I hope your Saturday night is much better. So I've still got you on my mind. Okay, so let's try something else. This is what I've got. We're going to review, I did say we're going to review a brew, and we are. Let me put up the photos for that. X86 says, I forgot when you were streaming again this year, and I just happened to be on Twitch and saw you streaming, so had to join. Hello. Well, hello right back you, and I've had enough of this, haven't I? Hello right back at you, and I'm glad you are here, X86. I'm really glad to see you here. Always glad to see everyone in the chat. I've got, where was I here? Oh, yes, beer and cider. I've got a photo of beer and cider. This is what we're going to try here. I've got a beer and I have a cider. And the first one is a beer called Rain. This is a fruited sour. And I have a glass all ready for that. So we're going to set the wine aside and go with the beer for a while. No, that's the wrong thing. Been doing that a lot tonight. Got a little beer glass for this. It's not so cold anymore. It's still a little cool. We're going to try this rain fruited sour. And once again, has anybody ever tried a fruited sour? X86 says, "Ooh, hard cherry. I can't wait to hear how that tastes." Neither can I, because I'd like to try that out. And there's a reason that I got the hard cherry cider, by the way. We're going to taste this one and the rain. I like sour, fruited sour, like sour, candy and things like that. Those are fun. I'm hoping it's something like that. Let me go back to this for just a minute. The picture, where if I could find the picture, where is it? Where did I do with the picture? Here they go on the photos. Rain fruited sour, and I'm going to read the back of this thing. I didn't have a picture of the back of it. It says, "Rain fruited sour, fabulous and funky rain fruited sour is a smooth American sour ale with blueberries and strawberries, with big berry notes and a hint of effervescence. This beer is juicy on the palate with a pleasant, clean finish. It is 6.2% alcohol by volume, and it's brewed by birdsongbrewing.com, brewed and canned by Birdsong Brewing LLC in Charlotte, North Carolina." So this is a local beer for Charlotte. It's a local beer. Ooh, and it's getting, there we go. It's not as cold as I would like, but it's okay. Okay, it's a little bit warmer now. Let's get a nice head on this. There we go. I'm going to try a little bit of this. Wow. It looks kind of fruity and soury. Let me get a closer shot of this. Fruity and soury. It's an ale. What did it say it was? Strawberries and blueberries. I like both, strawberry and blueberry. Let's give it a taste. Interesting. In the first taste, I really didn't get a whole lot of both, probably because I had the wine. Let me give it a taste. It is very fizzy. Definitely an ale. It has tastes a little bit like a pale ale that's kind of flavored. That's what it kind of tastes. It's not real super hoppy, but it does taste like there's some hops in it. I'm not really getting much blueberry. Strawberry, yes. I'm not really getting a whole lot of blueberry in this. Still not a lot of blueberry. Yeah, I'm getting the strawberry, though. The strawberry's there. It's not real strong. And it's not super sour. It's a little bit on the sour side. Not quite what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be like, pucker up sour. It's not like a pucker up kind of sour. But it's a little on the sour side, but which is good. That's what I was hoping for. It seems kind of mild for that. Yeah, it's getting a little more sour now. A little bit, I think, as it opened. Got to the air a little bit. It's a little more sour than it was before, but it's not super sour. It's kind of light, and I'm getting some strawberry. Not a whole lot of blueberry in there. So it looks. X86 says looks like cherry 7-Up. It kind of does. It actually looks a little more like a peach. I don't know. I don't know if you can tell very much from this. It looks a little. Let me go back. Let's go to camera 2. Maybe that's a little bit better. It looks kind of like more of a peach color actually. Then I don't know. I've never really had cherry 7-Up before. I've had cherry Coke, not really cherry 7-Up, so I don't really know what a cherry 7-Up looks like. You think it does? X86 says, yeah, I find ciders hit or miss, either too bland and mild or just enough sugar to be the right sweetness to my palate. That's why Ace's Pineapple is my favorite. Aces, well, this isn't really a cider. This is actually a beer. The cider we're going to open up here in just a moment. And I think we should probably open up now because this is okay. This once again, it's a rain fruited sour. It's okay. Not exactly what I was expected. It was it's a lot of air in there. Kind of gassy, but even for an ale. But it's okay. It's okay. I've got a fresh glass though. I have a fresh glass, and with that, I have a fresh beer. Now this is the cherry hard cider. Let me go back to I had some. Where are my photos on this thing? Here they are. There we go. Noble Village Tart Cherry Hard Cider. And I'm going to read this one, the back of this one. There's not much to read. Made and canned by Noble Cider LLC in Asheville, North Carolina. So this is also local in North Carolina. It says Cherry Crisp Tart. She's everything you'd expect. Sweet like a cherry and sharp as a tack, she puts a luster on the dullest mood. Tart cherries and apples meld for a delightful addition to any occasion. Just sweet enough. This is 6.4% ABV in this 12 fluid ounce can. Hard cider with cherry. And it says true to the core. So apparently, yeah, the ingredients are apples, cherries, malic acid, and yeast. Contains sulfites. Natural sediment from real ingredients. And that is what we're looking at here with this one. So I'm going to go ahead and open up that one. 69 Mets fan says, never heard of that cider. Hope it's good. So do I, because I'll have to admit the rain fruited sour was not my favorite ale. I've had some really good ales. That was not, in my opinion, not up there with them. It's okay, but not my first choice. I'll just put it this way. I don't think I'd buy the rain fruited ale again anytime soon. By the way, both of these came from Trader Joe's. So they're both readily available. And if you have a Trader Joe's in your area, they're both available there. The rain fruited sour and the Noble Village Tart Cherry Hard Cider. I'm just going to try this out now. So this is the cider. Now, it's funny you should mention the pineapple cider, X86, the Aces cider, and Tommy Antio, he loves that cider. I bought a little case for him, and he loves that cider, the pineapple. They have a couple of really good flavors. Ace does some really good ciders. I agree with you there. They have some really good ciders. The pineapple's one of them. Okay, so I've got this, the Noble Village Tart Cherry Hard Cider. Let me give this a, you know what, I'm just to be fair about it. Let me get that rain out of my mouth. So we'll try out this. Ooh. Just giving it a whiff. It tastes like it smells like cherry. You know what it kind of smells like? Some years ago, they came out with Ocean Spray came out with like a cherry like a cran cherry thing. It kind of reminds me of that. Let's give it a taste. Okay, this is pretty good. It tastes like cherry. It's not overly. It is effervescent, but it's not overly so. Kind of sparkling, but it's not too bad. It's fresh, tastes fresh, but yeah, it's kind of like cherry. It's actually pretty good. Definitely cherry. It's not super heavy on the cherry, but it definitely has a cherry taste to it. You can still taste a little bit of the apple in there, and the apple cider, the apple and like the apple cherry combination. But it is actually a good one. I like this one. Now, okay, to be fair, I love cherry.
Okay, and that's one reason why I like the Chianti with the cherry flavor. That's one reason why I like some of the red wines that have a lot of cherry notes to it. So I do love cherry. Now, if you don't like cherry, and some people don't like cherry at all, I know some people who can't stand cherry. If that's you, then this is not for you because it's a cherry cider. It's going to have cherry in it. But if you like cherry, even so much, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I could drink this one. Oh, I'm drinking it now. Yeah, it's pretty good. Now, this one I like. And for those who say, well, yeah, Rick just likes to drink, so he'll drink anything. That's not true. This is okay, but it was, no, I don't think I'd buy another can of it. But the cherry, yeah, the cherry I can really get into. That's good. I like this one. So the cherry, once again, this is the, let me pull it up again one more time if I can find it. The picture, that is. Here are the photos. Cherry hard cider, Noble Village tart, cherry hard cider. And it's really not that tart. It's a slight, it's a little bit tart, not much. If it's not tart cranberry tart, but it did say that it kind of reminded me of that cran cherry that Ocean Spray came out with a few years ago. And it does kind of smell and taste a little bit like that, but it's not that tart. It's actually pretty good. So I would recommend this one. 69 Westfed says, if you've ever had 9-pin cider, they're good, particularly a ginger one. I have not had that, but let me write that down. 9-pin cider, because I go back and check the chats, but it's gonna get lost in the chats if I don't. And this is the ginger one. I have looked at the ginger beers and things in the past. I just haven't tried any of those yet. Once again, these are both are available at Trader Joe's, and I believe that's where I got those from. Yes, I did. And they were I think they were like $2.39 or $2.59, somewhere in between that for the can. This one right here is I believe this was a 16-ounce can. It's a pint. It's 1 pint. And then this one's 12 ounces. So just to let you know. X86 says, I think Rick's slowly becoming a hardcore cider fan. You know, I think I am. I'm getting there. Tommy really is. He is. He loves these. And I think he'll like this one. I bought one for him. I don't know if he's tried. I suggested that he watch the show and try it when I was trying mine, and he can give me his thoughts on it, in the chat. But I don't know if he's gotten up to try that yet. But I did save him a can to try, and I want him to try it. I think I like it. I think he'll like it too. All right. Well, we've got that going on. Now, I did say I was going to review a coffee. Okay, we're going to review a coffee. But before we get to coffee, there is one other thing I want to do before it gets too late, because this is really, really important. As you know, I have been making Super 8 films, or I've done a lot of things, but one of the things I did was I made a lot of Super 8 films when I was younger. And we had a local film club in our high school that we started in a film class, and we made some films there when we were starting off. And I think many of you have seen, if you've been watching the show for any length of time, you've seen some of the films. I've shown some of them. So a couple of the films tonight you've probably seen before, and you're probably already familiar with them. A couple of things you may not have seen that I'm going to show. But what I'm getting at is a good friend of mine who was involved with many of these films. His name was Doug Torta. He was part of News at 6 was one of the films that he was in, and I've shown News at 6 before. My good friend Doug, who we were friends for many, many years. He was a neighbor. He lived down the street from me. We were friends. So we were schoolmates. Went to high school together. And a few years ago, he lost his life to cancer. And that really saddened and bothered me because I try to connect with Doug a lot more, but I really wanted to get a chance to kind of hang out with Doug more, and never really got that opportunity to do that. And Doug was he was a super nice guy. He was a really good guy. And from what I understand from his family, a great dad, a great grandfather, just an all-around great guy. I knew that. I mean, growing up with him in school, it's funny too. Our parents. My dad went to college with his dad. He and his dad and my dad were basically, as I recall, they were frat brothers in college. And they used to make beer and wine in college together, their parents. And years later, when I was a kid, when I was growing up and I was going to high school in Winter Park, Florida, we moved. We just happened to move. We didn't even know this. We just happened to move in basically the same neighborhood that Doug and his family lived in. So it was kind of a nice surprise, for my dad to kind of find Doug's dad again, and we were neighbors, and Doug and I palled around a little bit, and he was just a super guy. He really was, and a lot of fun to be around. Anyway, he was part of our film club, and we made some films together. He lost his life to cancer 4 years ago. This would mean March 5th. I know that today's the 6th for a few more minutes, but March 5th is when he passed away in 2019. So I wanted to do a short tribute to my good friend Doug. Now, I think you'll find this interesting because you'll see a lot of the films that we've made together, and you'll also see something else. You'll also see, for the first time, I am showing segments from a TV show that we did for cable back in 1982 and 83 called Filmmakers. We did a cable show for the local cable channel there, cable TV3 in Florida. And we produced this show called Filmmakers, and we would showcase local filmmakers and interview them, and we'd show their films on cable. And it was kind of a popular show at the time. It was funny because when we first pitched the show and we first put it up there, first started producing it, and we produced it. I mean, we paid for everything. It was put it all together. But when we first produced the show, as I recall, originally I think it was going to air one night a week, I think is what it was. Either Wednesday or Friday, and I don't remember which night it was supposed to air. But it quickly became a popular show on that cable channel, and they wound up running it 2 nights a week. They would replay the show 2 nights, the same episode 2 nights a week, every week for a while, because they said, well, the show's pretty popular, so we're gonna play it again. So it wound up airing on Wednesdays and Fridays each week, and that ran for a year or two, a couple of years, maybe almost 3. But we produced this show, so you're going to get to see a little bit of sort of what we did. Now, just to set this up a little bit, this show, Filmmakers, I have the original tapes, but these tapes are 41, 42 years old. So when I did the transfer of this particular show, it wasn't really great. Now, Nick Coyle, who does a lot of our transfers, who's restored a lot of the Super 8 films that I've done, went and did a fabulous job of restoring this, such as it is. Now, it's not in great shape, so you'll have to bear with me on this, but when watching this, not great shape. This is, you're looking at a 41-year-old tape that has been, through the ringer pretty much, and this tape they aired like a whole bunch of times because it was a popular episode, I guess. We aired a bunch of times on cable. So here it is. I'm going to go ahead and show it, and this is going to be a little bit of a tribute to my good friend Doug Torta. I'm going to show this without the overlay on there, the film overlay. Here is the tribute to Doug Torta.
Hi, I'm Hillary Meister. Welcome to Filmmakers. Tonight my guest is Doug Torta, who's originally from Jacksonville and has lived in Orlando for about 12 years. Doug works as a bank supervisor here in Orlando, and he's been involved with films for about, what, 6 years?
About 6 years.
What got you interested in films?
Well, some of my friends in high school, we just got together and decided, one of us bought a camera and we just started using it as best we could. And we found a sponsor in high school and formed a club called the Lake Howell Film Club. And for the most part, it was touch and go, learn as we went. And we tried to do everything we could.
How long did the club go on in the school?
Well, we started it when we were juniors. So I went through junior and senior years of high school. It was mostly after school. We didn't get any class time or anything like that. Some of the people in the club were in the audiovisual section, so we got some help from the audiovisual department. But for the most part, it was using our own equipment and learning as we went.
Do you know if the club is still in existence today?
The club still exists at the school, but we don't really know anything as to what's going on with it.
About how many films would you say that you and the club made?
Altogether, during the 2 years, we made about 6 or 7 films that I can recall. It's been about 4.5, 5 years ago now since I was last.
Announcing a new and exciting product from Rinco. It's the Kathy Kitchen Food Pulverizer. This tool is the perfect gift and has over 1,000 uses. It pummels vegetables, fruits, and even as thick as steaks into disgusting mass that is guaranteed to be absolutely revolting to all members of the family or your money back. The pulverizer can also be a children's toy. Look at the fun he's having. And of course, the pulverizer has many other uses. It can be used as a solicitor deterrent, a toilet fixer, riot starters and stoppers, a paraglooper repair tool, a TV repair tool. It can be used for medicinal purposes, garbage trashers. It even has the U.S. Motorcycle Gang seal of approval for its most popular use, a lethal weapon. To get yours, send $21.95 to Pulverizer in care of this station.
Did you find you were making more films and studying at that time?
No, not really. Well, all of us were more interested in school than just films, but towards the end of the senior year, the films were becoming very important because none of us wanted to do anything as far as school was concerned.
How did it affect the rest of the school?
Well, a lot of the school didn't even know about us until our second or third film. And then we got some support from the school, and we had a few nights where we showed films in the school auditorium. But for the most part, everybody that knew about us was real excited about the work we were doing.
Did you get class credit or anything like that?
We had this junior year, I can't remember which year it was for sure, they did have a class for filmmakers, and we did get credit for half a semester. So that was an added benefit to it. It worked out well.
Do you feel that film should probably be introduced a lot more into high schools than it is?
I think it's important as far as film and video, because as the world changes more and more to getting our information from those areas, it's very important that they know how it is produced and what to look for to know whether or not you're really watching a quality program or not.
I'm Sergeant Joe Smith of the Fraud Division. Recently, there has been a rash of fraudulent activities involving the citizens of this area, especially the elderly. The only way to curb this is by informing the people of this area, and we have the solution. It's this book entitled How to Recognize Fraud. It illustrates to the average citizens what to look for when dealing with fraud. To get your copy, send $24.95 to Sergeant Joe Smith, P.O. Box 1332, Sav City, Florida. Thank you.
Around the Pool in 80 Laps was our first attempt at still animation where we moved people instead of little dolls or pictures. And it was quite interesting. We got to do pretty much what we wanted as we went along. And we learned quite a bit about animation using still frame and slow motion and that type of thing. It was a great learning experience.
That was the first film as pixelation category.
Right. It was one of the very first films we did out also. And it was quite a learning experience.
How long did it take you to film it?
As I recall, it took about 3.5 weeks.
3.5 weeks, and it's about a 4-minute film?
Right. But mostly our problems for time were because of trying to get the same light, in the afternoon, and school also, and of course the infamous summer rains caused us problems, so we had to stop. But it was quite interesting. We got to do quite a few things and some interesting special effects. And we all enjoyed it a great deal and learned a lot.
How many people did you have actually running the camera that weren't in the film?
Well, there was only 2 cameramen, as I recall. I can't remember for sure. But it was very few cameramen. It was mostly a lot of us moving things around.
One camera?
Yeah, we learned to use rulers very well, moving things along.
What other films have you made?
Well, I also made another movie, which was called News at 6. I don't know if y'all are going to present that at any time, but it was actual acting. And it was also one of those productions for class. And that was the most exciting of all the films that I worked on, because you actually got to act in it, and it wasn't little pieces of paper you were moving or that type of thing. It was very interesting, and we tried a lot of puns that no one figured out, but it was worthwhile also.
Barry Bumbler here. Behind me is new Kaputsk nuclear power plant, built just this year. We thought we'd bring our camera crews out here to show you what a nuclear power plant is all about. We're going to conduct an interview with plant director, Professor Willard Crompton. This is Professor Willard Crompton. Tell me, Mr. Crompton, how can a small city like Kaputsk, Wyoming, with a population of only 250, get a $4.3 billion nuclear power plant?
Have you ever tried to change census records?
Well, let me ask you something, Professor. Since we can't go inside for security reasons, why don't you just tell us all about the nuclear power plant?
Well, for a first thing, this is the fuel that we use, uranium-235. You're right, for backing away. It is very dangerous, but I'll put it back in my pocket where it's very safe.
Okay, that makes sense.
And next I'll go on with the building here. Just in case we do have an accident, to protect the building from anything that may happen to it, we have this small box right over here that has valves in it. And if we do have an accident, we can open these valves and let the radiation go out into nature where it can be taken care of by nature, and the building will stay in perfect condition.
Oh, that's very good.
You may have also noticed the cracks in the building that make it look something like a hand grenade. And that is, how a hand grenade blows apart with the squares. Well, same basic idea, so that, if there is an explosion and we do try to go inside, the pressure has been let out by falling parts of building.
I see.
Right,
Yes, that's very good. Tell me, Professor, what about the road being so close to this nuclear power plant? Isn't there some chance of a car or a truck or anything running into the building and causing an accident?
We never noticed that before. I didn't know it was there.
Tell me, Professor, has the building met all federal safety standards?
Yes, it has met all the standards with flying colors, gone beyond what they say must be done. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with this piece of building. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Nothing can go wrong.
That's very good, Professor. Well, there you have it. This is Barry Bumbler, signing.
Now a word from our sponsor. Hi. Have you ever had trouble with your car? Have you ever wished you could make it disappear? Well, this man does. His car has stalled out on him for the last time. He's about to use an amazing new product called Spray Away. Just aim, spray, and the problem
disappears forever. Having problems with your kids? Well, just one application of Spray Away and the problem is gone, well, forever. Get new Spray Away at finer stores everywhere. And now for the sports. Today's scores are 4-1, 37-9, 3-6, 0-0, 37-8, 486-0, and Crompton Wilton's 12 under par. Can you believe that, sports fans? And now for some filmed highlights of yesterday's game. Look at that pass. Unbelievable. Too bad you didn't get to see the game. Tomorrow's scores tonight at 11.
Well, thanks, Doug, for coming on the show.
Thank you very much
and
for
I
putting up
hope
with me.
all your projects turn into more film projects. And video. So until next week, we'll see you later.
And that was a tribute to my good friend Douglas Allen Torta. So my good friend Doug, to you. All right, on a happier note, we have, we've got some coffee. I'm going to review a coffee and a coffee maker here in just a few moments. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and do that now. Let's bring that out now, shall we? We're going to review this coffee maker. I should have set it up before while we were running the video, but I'm going to go ahead and set it up now. If I can get it over here. There we go. All right. So what I have here, this is, let me get the box. Okay. This is the box. As heavy as the coffee maker almost. This is a taste style single serve coffee maker. You can brew it in two ways. There are two options for brewing this. You can brew it, either you can brew ground coffee. It has a little ground coffee reservoir that you can put the coffee, you grind coffee and put the grounds in and then brew it that way. Or you can brew with the pods, or what is commonly known as the K-Cups. The K-Cups are a registered trademark of Keurig, of course. We could talk about that. That's a different topic altogether. Before I do that, let me go back to the chats, because we've had folks in the chats here waiting to chat with us. Beast on Gaming is in the chat. Beast on Gaming says, "Hey Rick, been a while." And it has been a while, and I'm glad you're here. Says, "Hope you enjoyed your break." I did. I'll talk about that in just a moment, but I'm glad you brought that up, because there's some things happen on the break. Beast on Gaming says, "Sorry I interrupted. I didn't realize you were in the middle of a serious bit." No, it's okay. It's all good. Don't worry. I'm glad you're here. Don't go away. Stick with us, and it's going to be fine. And you know what? I'm gonna go get back to that in just a few moments after we do this coffee review. As what happened on the break, because I have something else to show you, and what I did on my spring break. I want to know what you did on your spring break for me, but I'm going to show you what I did on my spring break, and it was not entirely quiet. It was very, very busy. I had some plans for the show. Yeah, well, I'm not going to get into that right now, but let's get the coffee taken care of. What's Up says, hey, Rick, got to tap out for the night. Catch you next week. Well, what's up? I'm glad you're here, even though you got to go. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for being here with me tonight, with all of us here tonight, and you have a great week. Try to catch the rest of it later if you can, because we have some more stuff coming. We have a few more things to show you. Let's see. Oh, yes. Also, Noya Yu is in the chat and says hi, and hi right back at you. It's great to see you here. Let me see if anyone else has joined us on kind of quiet on Facebook tonight, which is a little bit disappointing. Not so much. I mean, yeah, it's a little disappointing because the regulars aren't in there in the chat, but it's also kind of disappointing because of all the extra work I had to do to get Facebook to work tonight, and which is what made us late getting started. And for all that work, it seemed to be not much of a payoff there in terms of. I really hope that Facebook isn't. Oh, I don't even want to go there. Beast on Gaming says, did you hear about the Italian chef with a terminal illness? He passed away. Can only do so much. Now he's just piece of history. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's good. I like that. I really like that. Actually, you know what? You get a you get more than that. What have I got here? Oh yeah, you get applause. You get laughter and you get applause. I like that. That was a really good one. Misungumi says that was perhaps a very badly timed joke, and I greatly apologize. No apologies necessary. We're having a great time. Beast on Gaming, I'm just glad you're here. It says it just clicked for me after I sent it. It's all good. You're good. It's fine. No worries. Okay. All right, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to test this out because I have not actually brewed a cup of coffee in this yet. I did do one run to run some water through because that's what the instructions said from this Taste-Style thing I bought from Amazon, single serve coffee maker. Follow the directions. I did follow the instructions. I did read the manual. And you know what? That's what I tell people all the time. RTM, read the manual. That's what I do. It worked to run the sample one through. So now I'm going to run an actual coffee through. And this is not the coffee I'm going to review. This is, although I should probably review, this is a Cinnabon Classic Cinnamon Roll coffee, which we like, we enjoy. I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to do it in. I'm going to do it for those of you who are familiar with him. I'm going to do it in my official Square Guy mug. Square Guy, if you're watching now or later, you and Darcy, I'm using your mug. All right, so I'm going to, well, you know, before I close this up, I got to put some water in here, don't I? All right, so I've got to put some water in this thing. Let's see if we can fill this up properly. We've got to fill this up so that it doesn't go past, what is it going to go past? Let's put about 10 ounces in here. 8 ounces? It's an 8 ounce. So I think this is a 10 ounce mug that I'm going to put 10 ounces in there. There you go. All right, that should be about right. So we're going to try this out. We're going to try this out first to see if it works. This is very important because the coffee that I'm actually going to review, we need to test it out and make sure it works first before I run that one through. There's a reason for that. So we're going to close it up, and we've got two buttons here, one regular and one that's a bold. We're going to do the regular one. We're going to let it brew on the regular one. It's blinking now. It's going to start brewing. And let's hope everything goes well. You can hear it heating up, I think. It's going to take a minute or two, I think, for it to heat up. So we're going to let it brew. And if this one turns out okay, then... here we go. If this one turns out okay, then we'll go ahead and brew the one that I want to review, because the one I want to review... I don't want to get ahead of myself here, okay? But while it's brewing, let's talk about a couple of other things. Let me go back to what, who was it I said? It was Beast on Gaming? Okay. Beast on Gaming. I had a break. We had a break of sorts. This was what was supposed to happen. Now, during the break, or actually before the break, I'm getting ahead of myself again. A couple of weeks before the 200th episode, I started making a few hints about some things that, a project that I was going to start working on during the break. And during the break, that's what I was doing. Now, here was the thing. It got a little sticky for me because my plan was to spend because I had a 6-week break. So my plan was to spend a week or so just kind of resting because I needed the rest. Because, doing 50 shows a week for a year, it does kind of weird out. I love doing it. Don't get me wrong. I love doing this, but it kind of wears me down physically a little bit. So I wanted to have a chance to rest and recuperate, and I had some big plans for season 5. I wanted to do a lot of different things. I wanted to do some things in the studio. I had plans to upgrade the camera systems, give us some 4K functionality and things like that. I had a lot of great plans, and wow, this is starting to work out, isn't it? It's making some noise. Hear that? It's brewing. It's working. It's working. It smells like coffee. Actually, it smells pretty good. I love Cinnabons. Can't eat them anymore, but I love them. And it smells kind of like a Cinnabon coffee, to be sure. Anyway, so let's see if I can do this monologue while this is rolling. So anyway, what? This is distracting. So anyway, it's just about done anyway, I think. Isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Is it done? I think it's about done. Maybe not. Okay. There. Now it's done. Okay, great. And it did. It worked. It brewed the cup of coffee. It was very hot. I'm going to wait a moment, too, before I open this and take out the pod. The K-cup, if you will. Beast on Gaming says, breaks are important. I once threw out my voice a few days before a performance. It could have been bad. Yeah, breaks are very important. That's very, very true. Especially if you're performing. Yes, but even if you're not, it's very important to have a break. Everybody should have a break every once in a while. I'm going to get to that a little bit later too. But anyway, so during this break, where was I? Okay, so during the break, I had all these big plans for the show, and I was going to revamp some things in the studio. I was going to really, I had plans to really do some fantastic things for season 5, really come out gangbusters and just kind of really what episode 200 was basically supposed to be kind of a precursor to what I was going to do for this season. That didn't exactly happen, because what happened was during the last 2 weeks, and then I think I did make a reference to it, a brief reference to it in episode 200, that I had another project that had kind of been presented to me. And this is what happened. So I couldn't talk about it at the time, but now that it has been launched, I can talk about it. And what it was I was approached by a friend of mine, and I think some of you may have heard the name before, because I have mentioned him a few times on the show. I toasted his birthday and whatever in the past. But a friend of mine, Ross Brand, who is a fellow podcaster and a fellow streamer, and really into the to the streaming and video space, and an influencer. He and an author too. He's written some books. anyway, he approached me. He had a new project coming up. He wanted to start a network, primarily on YouTube, called 100TV, this network. And he approached me and he invited me to join his Facebook group, and he invited me to join as one of the creators on 100TV to develop a show for it. So, and they had to be original shows. But I thought, okay, this is intriguing. I thought this is really interesting. I'd kind of like to get in on this and find out what I could do. So this was during like episode 199, I think. 198 or 199 is when I first got wind of it. So one of the things that I was going to do during the break was I was going to set aside 2 weeks during the break and develop a show and produce a pilot episode for 100TV. Well, little did I know at the time just how far into it I would get. I went pretty deep down the rabbit hole, per se, in my own mind. Went down the rabbit hole on this because I thought this is a really cool idea. So I didn't know where it was going or if it would go anywhere at all. But I thought, I've got to give this a try. So I started developing a show, and what I came up with was to take because I really didn't have the resources to just do a whole original thing completely, 30 minutes or 60 minutes. He asked me to produce a 60-minute or a 30-minute show, and I opted for 30 because that was about all I could budget for in many ways, time-wise and money-wise and everything else-wise. And then I was already doing this. So I said, well, what I can do is I can take the original Drink with Rick and I can make a sort of a here's how I started this, here's how it went, kind of an anthology well, not an anthology, but kind of a record or a diary of how I started the show and how it progressed. And with original content, I would take some of the content from the previous episodes of Drink with Rick, mix it with some new content where I'm kind of talking about the progression of the show and the evolution of it and how it went, and kind of create a whole new show out of it. And he said that would be fine, that'd work. I ran it by him. He says, yeah, that's great. So I went ahead and I did a pilot episode, and then he said, well, I need a couple more episodes because we had to work a few episodes in advance. So I did 3 episodes so far. I'm doing more. And this is called Drink with Rick Rewind, like you're rewinding and replaying some stuff, but it's R-E-W-I-N-E, rewind, like we're rewinding. Get it? It's a pun. Okay. So that's what I came up with, and he liked it, and I said, okay, fine. So I did a few episodes, and the network, the 100TV network, the whole concept of 100TV is to have eventually 100 creators that are on this network that run their shows. They have regular shows on this network, and eventually the network will run 7 days a week. It started off with Monday shows, 6-hour network, I would say, run of shows each week for Monday nights. It started off on Monday nights. May 1st was the launch date. And then they would start a Tuesday night lineup, which would start on June 1st of 2023. I was on the May 1st date, the first launch. I was part of the initial launch, so I was on the May 1st lineup for the Monday night shows. And it launched officially last Monday, or this past Monday. May 1st was the official launch date, and the shows ran. There were 10 shows, and mine was the one that ran on basically starting off happy hour, 4:30 p.m., 4:30 to 5 p.m. And I watched the entire, I was there for the entire, took the day off for it actually, watched the entire day's worth of shows, and a lot of good stuff. I learned some things. So that was 100 TV Network. That's what launched. It's on 100 TV. It's on, there's a website. You can see all the bios and all the shows and things that are starting up. It's 100tv.com is the website. And the network is on YouTube currently at 100 TV. There are a couple of 100 TVs out there, but this is the one you can find that just says it's 100 TV, all one word. Anyway, that is what I did. But now the thing is that I was thinking I was going to take 2 weeks off to do this. That's not how it worked out. As it turns out, to do this, and I had to produce a lot of stuff from scratch because it really had to be an original show. I could use the vignettes from the previous wine streams that we did, but it had to be kind of original show. So I had to create an original open and close and all the vignettes in general. Basically what the show is, the format for the show is kind of like kind of a cross between How I Met Your Mother and maybe Alfred Hitchcock Presents. How Alfred Hitchcock, in the old Alfred Hitchcock Presents show, he would go out and do this opening, and he'd do these little vignettes in between the things. It's not as macabre at all like Alfred Hitchcock Presents, but it was the kind of same kind of vein where you get out and you introduce stuff and you talk about what's going on. And it's sort of like How I Met Your Mother, in the sense that I'm kind of reminiscing and then showing off what I was kind of reminiscing about. So kind of a chronology of things for the original Drink with Rick show. But that's kind of how the show went. I have a promo. I'm going to show the promo, and then we're going to get back to this coffee. But I want to show a promo to you on this. It's if I got it queued up here somewhere. There we go. Here's my promo. I was going to show some promos for some other shows, some of the other shows. Really, what I want to do is I invited them. I said, look, I can show promos from all your shows here on the show tonight, or at least some of them. And nobody took me up on the offer. So maybe, I don't know what the deal was with that, but I was all about trying to promote and showcase their shows. But anyway, here's mine, since nobody else is going to do it. But here's my promo for the Drink with Rick Rewind for 100 TV. I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out and see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that. So that's my 30-second promo for 100 TV that runs every week. Anyway, you can catch the show. You can catch the first episodes. I'll put up a link. If you've been reading my blog at drinkwithrick.com, I have a blog there. I explain what that's all about and have links to the shows and things like that. So you can check that out. And then you can check out the show if you're interested in looking at that. Anyway, so here's the coffee. Still hot, by the way, still very hot. So I think it's safe for me to go ahead and remove the pod. So now we can try the actual review. It's dripping a little bit. I don't know where to put this thing. It's on the floor. I'll pick it up later. All right, so this is what I wanted to review. Okay, so far this coffee machine works great. I'm okay with the coffee machine. Let's see if it continues to work great. All right, now we get into this. So let me show you what this is first. I'm going to review this and sort of review this. These are Trader Joe's coffees. So now I'm doing a coffee review. This is kind of what I wanted to review, but there aren't any more pods in here, so we can't review that. This is the Autumn Maple Coffee Cups. Trader Joe's Autumn Maple Coffee Cups, light roast, 100% Arabica coffee. This one is also 100% Arabica coffee. This one is a medium roast. This is the Trader Joe's Coffee Cups. And the 12 single-serve cups in this. This is one we're going to kind of review. But the reason we're reviewing this is because my wife's been buying these from Trader Joe's, and at the outset, they seem like a pretty good deal. I mean, kind of, because, Trader Joe's, they're kind of like, they're into the more organic stuff and the more natural stuff without preservatives and things like that. Trader Joe's is a cool place. I love Trader Joe's. Don't get me wrong. I love Trader Joe's. Buy a lot of coffees from Trader Joe's. I'll buy a lot of wines from Trader Joe's. Bought the beers and the ales and the ciders from Trader Joe's. I love Trader Joe's. So don't get me wrong. It's not disparaging Trader Joe's per se. It's just that the coffee I had kind of an issue with. Not because of the coffee itself, but because of the coffee pods. Now this is how some of these come. They're in a little sealed package. And you kind of have to break the seal. We've already broken the seal. We've already had a few of these. I'll explain that in a minute. And then here are the pods for the Trader Joe's. Smells great, by the way, actually. It really smells great. Fresh coffee. So I'm going to put this away. Really good. This is the medium roast. The other one was a light roast. Put that somewhere, like the floor. So here's what's going on. If you notice, let me pick this other one off. All right. Now, the K-Cups, if you notice the K-Cups, this is the classic K-Cup, right? Now they're kind of completely sealed up in plastic, and they've got the little holes there. You're familiar with the K-Cup style coffees. This is kind of a trademark. This is a patented design from K-Cup design. Now the thing is about the K-Cups is that they typically, I don't know if I can get real close with this, but the top of it, this is a foil cap on the top. The whole cover here is actually a foil cover, and that's typically how it works on the regular K-Cup coffees. Is that you have this plastic container that gets punctured at the bottom so the coffee can come out, and then so that they got a little needle that goes in there to push the water in there, and this is a foil cover. Okay. This is important because we're getting into the territory that I was of my review. All right, so this Trader Joe's has their own version of this, where they have this is not enclosed. Notice that it's not enclosed at all. It's kind of it looks it's open. It looks like a it looks like a porous sides. The bottom is closed up, and this is what's supposed to get punctured at the bottom to let the coffee out. But primarily the coffee will come out of the bottom or the sides because it's porous on the sides. The top, however, this is the problem that's kind of contentious with me, that I have an issue with. The top, and I don't know if you can really tell this very much, but you know how the other one is a foil cover on the top? This one is not foil. This is a kind of a plastic. I don't know what it's made of. It's like, I don't know, it's kind of some kind of plastic. Okay? Now, this is why this is very important. I'm going to run this in the machine. We're going to see what happens. Like I said, I have no issues with the coffee. The coffee's great. The coffee itself. If you can get the coffee out. If you can get a cup of coffee out of it. Let me explain. We're going to try this now. I'm going to put some more water in here. I'm going to put another, fresh one. This is going to be a while. Should be interesting to see what happens here. And I'm trying this with all my electronic equipment here. I'm taking a chance on this. And we're going to pour a little more coffee in here. Make sure it's up to 12 ounces. And it's about 12 ounces, I guess. Pretty close to it. Close enough. All right, so I've got the water in here. I've got that closed up. Let's go ahead and put the pot in there. All right, now we're going to close this up. We're going to turn this on, and as before, I'm going to run it on the regular brew down here at the bottom. I don't know if you can see it too well, but I've got on the regular oh, you know what? I almost forgot something. I've done this a few times before too, much to the chagrin of my wife. I've got a mug, coffee mug here. There we go. Yeah, I have forgotten mug before, and that would not be cool. And so we've got this running. We've got this running, and it's starting to brew. Gonna take a couple of minutes, I think, 2 minutes or so. While it's brewing, well, let's see what happens, because this should be very interesting. I'm hoping it'll work out. Well, actually, I'm hoping it won't, actually, because I shouldn't say anything, because this. Now, see, here's the irony of it. This would be the thing. For it to not work when I'm trying to brew coffee in the morning, but on the show when I'm trying to demonstrate it not working, it would actually work. That's the irony of this whole thing. Well, let's see what happens. And if it explodes or something, who knows? I got all my stuff here. We're going to find out if it's going to brew or not, or if it's going to... Anything could happen on this show. Anything could happen. I'm telling you, this is... we'll find out. Is it starting to brew? I can hear it doing something. I don't know what. And Amy's in the chat. By the way, let's get to Facebook. Amy's in the chat. And Amy, it is so great to see you. It's been a while. It's been way too long. And I want to say it's great to see you here. Amy says, hi, Rick. Sorry we haven't been able to join in so long. Great to see you again. And it is always great to see you. Thank you for being here. And I want to give Amy a big shout out and a big audience applause just for being here tonight. Thank you, Amy. And Dan, if you're there, a big shout out to you too. And everyone else watching. Now it is brewing. Look at that. But look what's happening. I've got to show it to you. You see what's happening there? Now that did not happen on the test one, right? That did not happen on the one that we brewed the first time. And I kind of expect. I'm glad it didn't explode, but it did get a little messy over here. It got a little messy. And I'm going to tell you. This is, once again, we're kind of reviewing this coffee machine too. But I can tell you with a great amount of confidence that it is not the fault of the machine. Okay, it's finished brewing. I'll tell you where see how it was leaking up there and everything? This was not the fault of the machine. So I'm going to tell you what the problem is. It's too hot to lift out of there. I'm going to give it a minute or two to cool down. So, okay, so here's the problem. Trader Joe's, the coffee smells great, by the way. The coffee smells really good. Something to wake up to. I could drink this coffee. And by the way, Ed, if you're watching now or later, you might recognize this mug. My good friend Ed Anthony, he sent me this mug. Says there's always time for friends, wine, and coffee on both sides. I think it was really cool. It was a really nice gift of Ed, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ed, by the way. I wanted to make sure that I brewed some coffee in Ed's mug, the mug that Ed gave me. All right, so this is it's still too hot. It's a little bit hot. Let me give it a minute or so. All right, so while it's brewing down, let me explain what's going on here. What's happening here is an issue with the pod. It's not the coffee maker, it's an issue with the pod. And let me explain what that's all about. Well, as I showed you before, what did I do with the other one? Yeah, it's down there somewhere. All right, so I think, who knows where it went? Maybe, I don't know where it went. Anyway, the previous pod, the one that we did the test one on, has a foil top. This one does not. This one has a plastic one. Now, part of this, it's kind of a double whammy here, because the coffee normally these things are not designed. These little things are not designed to take the coffee in the sides like this thing is built to do. This thing, the coffee runs up the sides. It doesn't, if you notice in the bottom, it is not punctured in the bottom. Now, on a normal pod, it would be punctured at the bottom. I don't know what happened to this thing. Oh, it's way in the back. All right, let's bring it up. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you these things side by side. Okay, on this one, which happens to be the Cinnabon one, which is pretty tasty actually, you've got, let me switch over to camera 2, that might be easier. Okay, you've got this one, which is completely enclosed up here, but it punctures on the top and the bottom. The puncture on the top is to push the water through. The one on the bottom is for the coffee to come out of. And notice it's completely sealed around the sides. And in addition to that, you have this foil, which is easy to puncture. Because the foil does not give away, because the foil is pretty much, if you take a piece of foil and you stick a fork in it, or you stick an ice pick or something through it to make a hole, it's just gonna rip the foil, and it's gonna puncture through pretty easily, because there's not a lot of give to this. Okay, then compare it to this, which the coffee comes out the sides. If you notice the bottom, there's no puncture in the bottom. This is thick. This is too thick for that to puncture. It's too thick. It's made of plastic, very hard plastic. So typically, now sometimes you might get lucky, and you can see, I don't know if you can see real close, but from the lights, you can see there's a little indentation there. There's an indentation there where it tries to puncture the plastic, but it can't quite do it because the plastic is too thick and it's too hard. So it all has to come out the sides. And because of that, the sides are open. They're not, it acts, the sides act as its own filter. It acts as the coffee filter, if you notice that. The big problem, though, is the top. Because the top is made out of a plastic and not this non-yielding, easy-to-tear foil, the plastic does not easily yield. In fact, the plastic, if you're trying to puncture the plastic is going to go like this. It's going to bend like this before it punctures. It's going to bend. It doesn't puncture very well. It bends. And at some point, it's going to give away and puncture, but it doesn't do it right away. Now, if you notice this, it's not really a puncture, it's more of a rip. And that the only reason it's done that is because this thing was sharp enough, because it's brand new and it's sharp enough to really puncture through this thing, and because there was some force used when it closed and the water was forced through there. But we have a Keurig machine, or it's actually not a Keurig branded machine, but it's a Keurig-like machine that it's a couple of years old, a few years old, and it's not as sharp as it used to be at the beginning. So it will work fine. It'll work great on normal capsules and normal pods like this. But when you get a Trader Joe's one in here where it has that give, it has a hard time puncturing through it. In some cases, it can't puncture it at all. And we have to use a fork to make a hole in it to puncture it through. That's where we get into the problem, because if we don't do that, if we think it's punctured and it hasn't quite punctured through, it hasn't gone through the entire membrane, what's going to happen is the pressure builds up on top and the whole thing explodes. We get an exploding capsule, and we get the whole coffee machine explodes, and it just kind of everywhere. So you get coffee grounds, you get everything everywhere, and we don't get any coffee in the cup. This is a major design flaw with these cups for the Trader Joe's cups. And Trader Joe's puts a lot of their coffees in these kind of cups. Almost not all of them, but most of them that we've tried use this style. And this is the problem. So if you've been complaining, if you've had trouble with coffee, with your capsules and stuff exploding, you shop at Trader Joe's, you buy this Trader Joe's coffee, and you've had trouble with these things exploding, before you blame the machine. Now, yes, sometimes the machines can malfunction. It happens. It can happen even on these regular ones. It's possible. But before you blame the machine for those, check this out, because more often than not, it is not the fault of the machine, but it's the fault of a faulty design with the Trader Joe's cups. Now, I know I'm going along with this, but I understand why Trader Joe's has to change their design a little bit, or the company that makes these for Trader Joe's, why they have to change the design. They have to come up with their own design a little bit, because this is proprietary, and companies that use these typically have to pay a royalty fee for all these cups from Keurig, because Keurig owns the patent on it. However, this is not working. It's not. So just a heads up, once again, if you're using these, it's something to be aware of, because more often than not, if you saw here, this was a very light example. It was leaking a little bit. You saw it leaking live on the show. You saw it leaking, but there's been worse. We've actually had these things explode on us in the coffee machine, and it's a real mess to clean up. So for that reason, I'm not using these anymore. I like the coffee. I really love the coffee. Coffee's great, but I'm not using these things anymore until they change their design. So that's my final review on the Trader Joe's coffee. And once again, the coffee's really good. I really like the Trader Joe's coffee. But I can't stand their design of their K-Cups, or they're not K-Cups, but they're pods, I should say. So that's my review on the coffee. Anyway, sorry I went long on this. Went long for a reason. We started late anyway, but it's been a long show. And you know, it is the first show of season 5, and I wanted to catch up with everybody to find out what you guys were doing, and let you know what I was doing, and catch up on all that stuff. But the final review of the wine, once again, this is the final review of the St. Giorgio Chianti. This is a very good wine, and I do recommend it. And yes, if you're going to go to Italy, ask for it. Actually, if you're going to Italy, tour the wineries. That's the thing to do. That's what I would recommend, rather than just settle on 1 or 2 wines out there. Go visit the wineries. You're going to have a treat there, definitely. So that would be my recommendation. And of course, the beers, the wine was very good. I liked it. I would give this a 4.5, maybe a whole 5 stars. I really liked the wine. Also, I reviewed this Rain fruited sour, flinted, looks like it says flinted, fruited sour ale. Didn't care for that so much. However, the Noble Village Tart Cherry Heart Cider, I really enjoyed. I highly recommend this. And the coffee, Trader Joe's coffee. I like the coffee. Get the ground version. If you like the coffee, get the ground version. Don't go for these pods. The pods are awful, in my opinion. But those are my final reviews on everything that we reviewed tonight. All right, that's the final bit for the show. Before we go, I want to bring out one more celebrity, and you know who it is. It is. Oh, you know, I almost forgot to tell you. If you want to get a free pair of email me, rick@SavoiaMedia.com. Send a self-addressed stamped envelope to let me see. I don't even think I have this thing up here, do I? Send a self-addressed stamped envelope to me. I'll have the address. I have the address in other episodes. Whatever. Just email me and I'll send you the address, and I'll send you a pair of those Drink with Rick coasters if you send me a self-addressed stamped envelope. It's too late for me to go starting promoting stuff. But there is one thing I want to do before I bring out Roadkill Bill. I did promise that I would give away some stuff, and I want to give away stuff to everybody in the chat who's in the chat with me tonight who sends me. I have these. These are easy to send too. These are sticky, magically holds phone on dash sticky pads. I want to send out some sticky pads to everybody. This is to hold your phone in place while you're on the road. While you put it up on your dash, and it keeps the phone from falling off your dash. I'd like to send everybody in the chat one of these. Everybody gets one. Sure. All you need to do is just go ahead and send me a valid shipping address to rick@SavoiaMedia.com, rick@SavoiaMedia.com. Mention tonight's episode, and I'll send you a pack of these. Maybe I'll send you a couple. I got plenty of them here. I got a whole ton of them. Anyway, that's my giveaway for tonight. Anyway, thanks for being here with me tonight. And now it's time to bring out our celebrity and yours, Roadkill Bill. And here he is. Well, you know what? Here he is. Roadkill Bill. Yes, it's Roadkill Bill. And Bill has a special message for all of you. Don't you, Bill? The message is, please don't drink and drive. Drink in the comfort of your home, your office, your hotel, your dwelling, wherever you are. Don't drink and drive. If you have to go somewhere, call an Uber, call a Lyft, call a cab, call a friend. Call somebody who, you know, maybe not be a good friend, but somebody you know and trust who has not been drinking and who can come pick you up and take you home. But if not, just stay put. It's not worth it. Think of others as well as yourself. Don't drink and drive. No text and drive either, because that's also dangerous. Because I want you to have a great week. But most of all, I want you to have a safe week. So you can all join me here again next week for another exciting episode of the Saturday Night Wine Stream, and we can all get together and drink with Rick. Good night.
Welcome to Savoia TV, featuring classic podcast shows and videos from Savoia Studios and the Savoia Media Network. Sit back, relax, and enjoy timeless entertainment from Savoia TV.